Watan Chocha Chapatan Jisoyer Kurjan Surwa Ye Gewa Chonze Taki Chisapa Tamje Daki Janche Chengo Saji Buchu Chukan Meto Cham Lam je nyerde jambande sanje janto mite rogo namda jongla anjo etan goro rana manda kandar yata yame semche namji samba Ore chechon domon tabai chujin korlo korto Dusum sonyi tam chiji ngori tang chen kuru jam su chab do kadin song tamam chip Jibsun Huangun Zai Lama Rinpoche Jabke Pamodur Mechang Chamatang Tarwala Gosung Guba Jimbu Goni Chang Zashang Kyapsu Nyevaran Chio Shingi Laparan Zato Soloi Kanga Sang Tabi Mangumu Kesaran Zambi Undang Chashang Tsang Hui Sem Joso Sarvin Rokul Meka Dersarangyur Dujin Dhamma Kuni Kyurang Jiktana Samke Kongya Pe Tawan Pama Karu Japa Terang Dalu Yen Sor Kyong Orgyen Solang Pami Dongporo Gyarvi Namcho Ram Chenlang Kit Tsanda Kwebche Yondan Tsombar Vi Pamam Choni Nyanga Pamoro Gozong dorsam gara kara sang, pama kara jembani karnga, sosolum nyote tunjatsas, kater lama nam la sorwa endev, gombok lodrwarya dewa tang, tongmi ignim sholang chuchi tak, chukyung yonshe kwabo jila so, zanglang janchung nam la, gup shang tsal, marvi sangim chenu nyang la kar, kondo zang pomolam nambar, Tibji Jarvi Tallin Zanzape Mapam Jambi on La Gushan Sal Jigme Chatsu Zombi Tela Wang Phuntsok La Paksam Chiyon Danzo Hoi Pandim Joni Rinpoche Dencho Huatan Lamar Sorwa Dev Tuksum Dunga Chinda Kekin Ken Nyar Some Khonshivar Gila So Semchen Don Dunyer To Daksana Tamba nam jinum to sarto sor nam katang yambasem chen tam chiki tondo tande lana me payang to par zopi sanji ji koma Rinpoche to par sha tip sherto tambi ji konjil sanni to nyam salawar kyo nyam to samba sham chuk to tukke padang chu nyam bi kunu chobana lantor manjuro ji te san chal
Let us please begin, Rinpoche said, by turning our attention to all sentient beings, equal to the vast limits of space, and generate the intention to free all beings from suffering and to bring them to the authentic and perfect state of complete and total awakening, the state of enlightenment. And thinking that we shall do this, we, in this way, generate the aspiration of bodhicitta as our motivation for receiving these teachings here today. And so, in this way, please cultivate bodhicitta and the intention to put these teachings into practice. And so we shall adopt the proper way to listen to the teachings here today. So.
오데 테니 땅이 공터 기랑조 니능라 곤홍 산딥시오 바 남진데 테니 가주 김버터 삼바자마 사탕라미용 종 삼방안나 사탕라미용 난 탐십 삼바떡라르글비 딱 삼바종라 난튼조 송밥신도 Teni Tangatsu Chu Gluginanda, Jikten Gluginayanda, Te Kapertangatsu Chupa Nyams Lincoln, Chigini Zonten, Te Nambakonto, Ta Met Mrui, Nyamnen Chigiopa, the Kanazin of Shanchuk Semre, Jamba Tamcha Mamo Mena Dikayore, the Yenaya, Shanchuk Semjipata, Mena Savanini. Teni Yodna Tichukpa, said not the Terry. Yodna Sangi Dubla Tichukchang, Mena Sangi Dubla Tapchpi, Sony. Yodna Shanchu Sam Yodna Tichukre, Nyamlin Jamba Tamcheta, Shanchu Semte Yodna, Nyamlin Jamba Tamcheta, Lebion Kyore. Garte Shanchu Semte Menane, Nyamlin Jamba Gang, Shinayana. Tam Tartupi, Tenim Jivo, Zena and Rap Shanchu Topi Junito. Then Rotokayo Marang Garepshinayang, Deep Sherna, to Stato Natsu, Kolno, Shanship Sem the Kergoata, Hachanga Kachembore, Teni Tena, Tangatsu, Shanship Semjipate, Nyanji Janton Lami Pizortan, Hirp Zukshan Lami Pizoroze, Shanship Semteana, Shambata Nyanji Nika, Hirp Kizumbi Shambata Nyanji, Gokre, Sekiore. Otati to the Hirp Kizumbi Shambata Nyanji, Zena Kareze Korezena, Shambata Nyanji Nika Hirp Tamamderva, Hirp Ten of Shambata Nyanji Nika Mamderva, Otadichi, Gohiores, Nampi, then Tan the Shanchuk Sem Zipate, Tadichi Gohiore, Deep Shernan Semjen Taipi Semjen Tamchet. Dungar Gumti Tamchipatam Cheli Trarte Deni Tartupi Deva Sangiti Gomha Topper Shao Samia Te Tangatsu Mumba Semke Zekiore Debjinto Di Cheto Ni Taterangatsu Ndalaina Tenjam Rinjui Nyangpo Ndala Tubatang, Sambatang, Gomba Shekayan Samyaga, Sem, Yonan Jupa Shanchuk, Sem Zere, Deta Ungato, Namgun, De Momba Shanchuk, Semtan, Jupa Shanchuk, Sem Ze, Bondenica met the Monwaris.
In general, Rinpoche said, I'll begin by giving a reminder of the importance of cultivating the motivation that we call bodhicitta, and the value of cultivating that intention at the outset before we begin something such as these teachings here. And so, as it is said by the great masters, if the intention is positive, the paths and trajectories that come from that will be positive. If the intention is negative, then everything that comes from that will be negative. Since everything is entirely dependent upon intention, always cultivate a positive intention, a kind heart. And so this is the case whether we are looking at a spiritual path, such as the Dharma, or the case if we are looking at mundane worldly activities. The primary determining factor, the principal and most important factor, is the thoughts that motivate us, the reason for engaging in that action. And so in particular, when we listen to Dharma teachings or we engage in Dharma practice, then understanding the crucial role that our motivation, the thoughts that are the reason for doing so, play in our experience, and how indispensable it is then we always want to spend time at the very beginning by gathering our thoughts, cultivating then the intention in particular, not just a kind heart, but the intention of bodhicitta, the awakened intention. And then the practice and what we endeavor to do will bring about the ultimate results that it is intended. And so it is said, if you have it, Buddhahood will be attained. If you don't, it is far away indeed. And so it's the single practice that we cannot do without. There are many practices or techniques or approaches that are not necessary to attain the ultimate state of awakening, of what we call bodhi, total purification and realization. However, without bodhicitta, the mind of awakening, the intention of that, then no matter what practice we do, its result will not be the state of awakening. Without bodhicitta, the heart essence of awakening, bodhi, awakening cannot happen. And so no matter what else we do, if this is lacking, if our intention is not motivated by this, that result will never happen. It will never direct us in that, never send us in that direction. And so that's why at all times at the outset, before we practice, before we listen to teachings, this is the single most important factor. That we take the time to cultivate those thoughts as our reason, as our motivation for doing what we're about to do is crucial. And so bodhicitta can be summed up as as two aspects: the compassionate wish to benefit others and the wisdom that focuses on the ultimate goal in order to do so. And so it sees that the state of complete purification and realization is the only means to complete freedom from suffering and ultimately benefiting others. And so we have the wisdom that sees what will ultimately benefit. And that way, then our loving kindness and our compassion is held by the wisdom that sees what will produce the results of the intention of love and compassion. So our love and compassion always needs to be held by profound wisdom, so that the love and compassion are never separate from the wisdom, and vice versa, that the wisdom is never separate from the love and compassion. And so in the Buddhist tradition, when we speak of bodhicitta, it is love and compassion and wisdom. It's always that motivation that cares for others is based on the wisdom that sees what will benefit them, what will produce the aim of loving kindness and compassion. And so in this way, we have the compassionate aim of seeing all sentient beings, holding them in our intention, and generating that wish to free them from suffering and the causes of suffering and their results in entirety, and the wisdom that wants to aim towards the ultimate and complete state of awakening, of what we call Buddhahood, as the means to do so. And when we're motivated out of that compassion and wisdom, that intention is called bodhicitta. And so we would think, in order to free all beings from suffering and its causes and bring them to the state of awakening, I will listen to these teachings here today. That's aspiration bodhicitta. And then, and the teachings that we're listening to, the heart essence of Interdependent Origination by Nagarjuna, then we think I will, in order to bring all beings to that state, I will listen to these teachings, I will contemplate them, and I will put them into practice. And then we have the action bodhicitta, the intention to enact what it takes to attain that aspiration. And so in this way, at all times, then as we approach teachings such as these, we have the aspiration bodhicitta and the action bodhicitta, and both of these are indispensable. So?
Teni tatere, teni kera gondungi gunong sarndip tangdal hanchikto chu nyambi nikap ko gunshut tamche teana chu dang tamba chikse gukre zengi konto sarndip nyonyong chikshi babjen to kerang so terang di nang la ta mangbo marang so nga chon di nang la ma nyeh nang chik yo ko so cha chang ha khang nang la yo re nga so Katog Choling ko ha khang nang la yo 이 계랑조랑 소수 năng 요래 때 옛날 때니 직통나 계랑조 통회요 말마도 뭐 가템 통나 직통나 가기 그 루스터 비용진 또 냥해용 간다 되니 가기 만얄니 냥해용 간다 가기 직통나 페이스 업 시니 만얄니 잡록라 냐니 냥해용 간 되니 요 뜻거와 되니 때 곤홍당 곤홍들이 요나 군쇼등 약보직 처리진도 군홍 군쇼니까 처리진도 되니 추 년당당 거랑 군성남이 야롱고라 요바 남신 보다 때리 신이 처리진도 년고 그래서
And so that's just a reminder of the motivation. But when we receive teachings, it's not just our motivation that enables us to fully receive the transmission. It also includes our conduct, which means what we're doing while we're receiving teachings, that the conduct is supportive of fully receiving the teachings. And so Rinpoche said here in the temple here at Katog Choling Retreat Center, we have about 20 people of this retreat center who are present with us, sitting, and so I can see what all of you are doing. But the rest of you, the majority of participants are in your home, watching through a screen, and perhaps we can't see you. So maybe you're doing yoga while you're listening to these teachings, some form of exercise or weights. Or maybe you're kind of just lying on your side, sort of spread out, all relaxed, or on your back, staring at the ceiling. But when we look at what is the most attentive way to actually focus fully on the teachings and receive the transmission, then there's the proper conduct that also corresponds with the Dharma. And those kinds of teachings are, for the proper conduct of listening to the teachings, are taught elsewhere in texts such as the words of my perfect teacher and other places. And so it's important that you also adopt the proper conduct that enables you to focus fully and appropriately receive these instructions as well, so that we have both the motivation and the conduct that enables us to fully receive the transmission. Lasso?
Tani ta terang dina kerang su shirtang ke ta chu dorje takpi go ni deten dai kapla karishe go se te shirtang ke ti kor ke te choba ke muni chopi ngo tam jer ni te tam jer ni ngip sha ke yore teni ta te shirtang ke hali pa ka chembore sanjip chom dandi dashak ka tomba teni tukje chen ke chu song yin ni kamna chu tampo sang gi pi ji la chu song yin ni kamna dushi tam chet martak pa o song ni te song je gore tang o nyen ni kyang martak pa o song ni teni thama kong kum nyangal ni di pi ni kamna yang thama ge tsik te kar re zena ne chu ji nyang bo de teni te kong ku martak pi sur tan ni na tanga teni dongres teni ndana dushi tamchit martak pa yimbar tombi chet yin zeni teni kong tamayang martak pi tam songni te kong nyangal nindi songre tib shirna ngop tsuk pi ni kamna martak pare tama nyangal nindi pi ni kamna yang martak pare 대송으리 더 가르래 제나나 땅아추 실추 담체 말탁바다 차파르도 랑랑소소 남친 차면 칠긴 님에 띠엠바데 고고아데 할리바가 쳔보리 마토꼬면 남식라 크그레 차상 삼크요레 대연나 남친 차면 삼크요 말에 대니가 누그레 니그레 쯧트 마우바 khmaasongwa takbayin samdu khuyore mamabu te sam khuyore rana soso te martak makshet par nga chu mark piwang ka ngubu nilup kare yin khigi yo mare ti jim sanchi nga chu tani samlo tang khuyore o tani yin na ngi par ta tani ndupin thamam darwa kewi thaman chewa chuni te korang gansam chila nga chu khgu khuyore 다 흐위니 갑나 대 다판토 제후대 냠는 담비 추집샤와데 캡슨 로사 직메나 럭바통바 로야 랑레 게위 쇼라 럭바통바 책 머게위 쇼라 할리피마 보치 랑당냠도 크리아요 어떠니직 쇼나 가데요 사리 어떠니레스 딥션나 캐랑소 death and dying ko korla samlo pangate nyamling ka karchembo hali pachigre o teni ta terang indeni tenjong rerin jongwi nyangpo shayate tan di nang la te dang verba yore teres kerang tu te zig dirman la mambo death and dying yang ona te la na kowa zammo tang teni gyacheru rowa tang na di thukni tani rana sosu goa manur pachi ragyak rewa yo se terang ta sanyi nikala
So today, these teachings are being hosted by TLC, an organization that is really focused on education and practice for the deaf and dying. And so that's who's hosting these teachings. And they're very important teachings. When we look at the Buddha Shakyamuni, the historical Buddha, the teacher of the legacy of teachings that we have today, who, out of his great kindness, gave the whole body of Dharma, the whole legacy of teachings. Then, when he first attained the state of awakening and began to teach, the very first thing that he spoke of, right at the very outset, was the fact that all composite phenomena are impermanent and that death is inevitable. And then at the end of his life, as he was passing into nirvana, he was showing us, he taught this again to us through his direct demonstration of the fact that all phenomena are impermanent. And he reminded us that all composite things are impermanent. And that was his final will and testament, was of impermanence. And his final words were about impermanence. And he demonstrated that to us directly through his own act of passing. And so he began his legacy of teachings by teaching on impermanence, and he ended that cycle by teaching on impermanence. And so all phenomena in general are universally impermanent, and particularly so our own lives. The only certainty we have is that we will die. Death is certain. The time of death is unknown, and the conditions that contribute to it are uncertain. And so we know that we will die, but we have no idea when we will die or what the circumstances will be. However, most of us think of death as some far-off thing that happens at some other time. And until we're actively dying, we don't truly accept the reality of death. We don't truly think about it and do what we can for that passage. And that is because of ignorance, a non-recognition, a mind that is not seeing things according to reality, according to the way things are. But most definitely, all composite phenomena will separate, is impermanent. All birth ends in death. And that eventuality will be upon all of us at some time or other, sooner or later, unbeknownst to us as to when that will happen. And when we die, the single thing that will be of greatest support and benefit to us is our practice of the Dharma. That we have refuge, that we have the Dharma, so that we have the provisions that we need to go on into the future. We don't want to leave this life empty-handed. We want to leave this life with positive karma, leave this life with our hands full of positive conditions. We certainly don't want to leave this life with all kinds of negative and adverse conditions, our hands carrying that negativity onward. If that happens to us, well, how would we feel if that happened to us? And so the practices of death and dying are universal to everyone and crucial to each of us. And so then these teachings also tie into that death and dying process and the cycle of life. The 12 links of interdependent origination are connected to and give us a certainty and understanding about the process of dying and what happens as we die and onward. And so these teachings that I'll be giving over today and tomorrow are very much connected to the vision of TLC, to the vision of learning about death and dying, and it will give us a profound certainty and a much wider body of knowledge and understanding than I hope Rinpoche said by having received these instructions here this weekend. So?
Teni tangin jong di gap jong di pantoyo pi cheto di shakayen teni nas hangi pi lam de karek goni so jim zuk sate karere zena tawa ten jam den jong tang shopan sewa me pa ze de tere ta te zena kare zena na ta tawa ten jam den jong ze chu tam che de temjer yim ba ke togni de hibi hirp yo pi togni jib zuk yo res der ngubu chuni tes ngubu chuni hibi hirp yo pi togni jib zuk yo re tawa ten jam den jong Then Chopin tell me pas at the Yamlen Zekuri. Yamlen tell me be Yamlen in Korea. Now San Kipi Takshin Tagman Jayantani Sang Dorji Tapatam Chipati Lam Chatamata Dista Tenjam Renjum Chopin tell me Pinitin Duri. Then he Yamlen tell me pare. Dorn Tamchik Yamlenko. ngōden tsewa me pare, deyang tani nyangje chenpo tang mrer yong kande, o dipshir nana tani ter tawu shopan tsewa me pa yinba de kani yong yore zena, tawa ten chamren yong zesa dik kani yong yore. Dan dela tawa ten chamren yong zena, nga tsu temjer zea te kare ze kyore zena, Sangi ke salo jangwi mdoji patang. Jayang temdir ke mdoji patang. Te mazat ngatu ye dharma temdir nyangpo. Ye dharma heto parbawa heto ne kanda tangata. Haya wata te kansayo nurorda. Ewang bata ma sharmanai soha. Zea ke ngak te tok tam ti Joshia ke tonte kari songri zenane temdir zete songri. Tan de njikten ji kamla sanji khakya tapa maktok kom ndir tawu temdir ke ton zamo song nyong kan chi yongyo mar. Di shirna temdir zete ten jamdir wen jongwa zete sanji ke song tamchik ke nang ke nyangbo tang jit tawu chi la chak yori ezeb shir temdir ji pade. What did he say?
So first, Rinpoche said, I'd like to give a little bit of a background on this teaching that we're looking at here. And the entire Buddhist path is based on two principles. First, the view of dependent origination, and then the conduct of harmlessness. So just as a translator's note, I translated this text maybe 15 years ago, and I used to say interdependent origination. And typically these days I say dependent origination or dependently occurring or interdependence. All of those terms are the translation of the one term in Tibetan. And so I may use them at various times, but it all means the same thing. So it's called the view of dependent origination and the conduct of harmlessness. These are the principles of the entire path upon which the entire body of teachings and practice are based. So the first is the view, and view is the wisdom that sees things according to how they are. And so the view of wisdom is established in understanding how all phenomena are dependently occurring or interdependently occurring. And with that view of dependent origination as the basis, when we have that knowledge, when we have that wisdom, then naturally we do no harm. And we have the practice, which is the conduct of doing no harm. And the entire Buddhist teachings and the whole body of the tradition of Buddhism, both Hinayana and Mahayana, all the way up to and including all aspects of Vajrayana, are based upon this understanding, are founded in the view of dependent origination and the conduct of doing no harm. And so all of the sutras and tantras are based on, first, the cultivation of this wisdom that sees all phenomena to be dependently occurring, and then the conduct then that comes from that, the compassionate conduct of then doing no harm and benefiting others. And so the entire path begins with the view of dependent origination, is based on that view. And this was taught by the Buddha Shakyamuni himself extensively in various sutras. There's one sutra called the Salu Jangwe Do. I'm not sure of the English translation of that without the spelling, but so I'm not going to say it. And then there's another sutra called the Sutra of Dependent Origination. And then there's the mantra that encapsulates the entire meaning of dependent origination. Om ye dharma hetu prabhava hedin tekantata dahayawara tekanzayonyuada evamwadi mahashramanaya soha. That's the mantra, and the whole meaning of dependent origination is contained within those Sanskrit syllables. And when we look at dependent origination in our realm today, the Buddha Shakyamuni then taught this in great detail. And it was the very basis of generating profound insight into the nature of reality, was the wisdom of knowing how all phenomena are dependently occurring. And so there are not other traditions that have ever taught this as extensively as the Buddha Shakyamuni himself. And so all of his teachings, we could say at the very core of all of the teachings and practices is this insight, this view of dependent origination. We could say it is the heart essence of the path, or the quintessence of the path, that all phenomena are dependently occurring, that wisdom. So?
Tere, teni ta kerang zu nepsam kri, ten cham rerum jungwa jipate, te zena ti karep shini nangpi lam yon zung do tang cha chang ti nang lab dokhe yori zena, ta sangji ger ngubu niluk tam chetem kenni, ti toni ti jip tang ni ti jip zug ni nam do tang ngak chu mang po song ore, te zena tam chetem dembab shi nang du jok yore. Dembab jizayate dungar demba tang, konjung demba tang, gokpa demba tang, lamki demba, jipi dembab jire. Ti dembab jiti nga tsu lam ke nawa sangji birji tamche de tela teni nyamlem shek yore, nyamlem gerjib chuksa den jire. Ter ngak layang ti den ji yore, do layang di den ji yore. Lam mendawa tsamre matong den ji korang ndor tang chikpa chek yore. Teni karere zena temdir yung yore. Gemsen kare zena korwa nare samlo tangnaya gyutam rivu ni yore. Nyangalin dipi shuklayang gyutam rivu ni yore. Korwi shukku gyutam rivu zayate kunjung demba zayate li tang nyumu ba tamche lap tenni korwa dungar demba te shungre es. Teze yore. Teng korwi shuksu tobi gyutanam rivu nika ten cham rever jungwa ze ti goni yungu yore. Nyangalin dipi shuksu topi ta nga tsu sanggi zenayanda, te nyangalin dipi kompang zenayanda, te tawote zenayandam tartuk tankib dewa zenayanda, o ti kompang te top guna, te tawun rivu ngon tu kiro shepa tela, te shuksu topi gimrir ni yore, rivu te kangrezan tartukpi nyangalin dipi nyangdikib dewa te. Ti gyuta kare gore zena lamre. Ti shirna teni nga tsu dungar te xini, ngimjung chet. Ona dungar panguna kare gore zena ti gyu dungar dembi gyu kare zena konjung demba li tang nyumong pa te sore. Te to nga tsu sem dambre de gore. Te fangar shepala kare gore zena lam nyamzo lengu yore. Ona lam nyam solen pershina ti gimri kare zena, tim rivu kare zena, te tartuk tanki dewa tang, tartuk pi rivu te top yore. Lana me pi kompang zena te top yore es, te yang nga tsu sem dambrerwa yore. Lam yang sem dambrerwa ri, rivu yang sem dambrerwa ri, tim rivu te kare zena dekshik nyang pore. Teng atsu sem ke chunit ye ni sanji gram jen yo pa de teres te tang teni lam ni kam lerba yore lam tela teni thar thu pin ri ngon ti kyr yore ti shenna ngak yin na yang keram ta zorom ke nyam lim sinang da teni shirja chembo zokpa chembo la su nyam lim sinang te lam tim riu ka rezena te thar thu pin riu chung te Ti shirna tamchet di temdr kana mandu pak chikta mere. Ndar tawu temdr kana namjik ngubu chuni tang tamba. Gimsan tang hirb tamdr yo pachik somkanda sangji chikpu maktomo me esere. Otani res. Nabi lam ke kyachu sangji ke song tamchet kana Chachu halibai yobatang zabhute temdir keton teres.
That all phenomena occur in dependence upon and in relation to interdependently occurring, then is the very basis of the entire path. And so if we wonder why are all of the sutras and tantras, all of the teachings and practices subsumed or based upon this reality of dependent origination, it is because the Buddha had the omniscient wisdom that saw directly the natural state, the true nature of all phenomena just as it is. And that wisdom insight was the foundation or very basis upon which then he taught the sutras and tantras, which are entirely comprised within what are called the Four Noble Truths. So when we look at the Four Noble Truths, what is their connection with dependent origination? They're entirely about dependent origination. We have what are called the truth of suffering, the truth of the origin of suffering, the truth of cessation, and the truth of the path. These four are the foundation. These Four Noble Truths are the basis for sutra practice. These Four Noble Truths are the basis for mantra practice. There is no practice of sutra or tantra that are not based on these Four Noble Truths. And these Four Noble Truths are all about dependent origination. That is to say that two of the truths are the cause and results of samsara. And so they're the cause and result of samsara. And two of the truths are associated with the cause and result of a transcendence of suffering, of nirvana. And so in terms of samsara, the truth of suffering, is the result. The result comes about dependent upon its causes. That's the term, interdependence. It comes about due to the truth of the origin, which is the cause, our karma and disturbing emotions. And so in dependence upon and in relation to the presence of the cause, then you have the result. And so when the truth of the origin of suffering, the causes for existence are present, then the result, the suffering of existence, ensues. And so that's the cause and result associated with samsara. And that's what we call the interdependent origination of existence, how they're dependently occurring. And then when we look at nirvana, which we could call a transcendence of suffering, that would be a literal translation of the word nirvana. We could also call that the state of complete awakening. We could call that the state of Buddhahood. We could call that ultimate happiness. But basically, regardless what term we refer to it, the ultimate fruition of finding freedom from suffering and ultimate happiness is the result or the fruition, and results come about due to their causes, in dependence upon and in relation to their causes. And so the ultimate state of freedom, a transcendence of suffering or ultimate happiness, that's a result. How does that come about? Due to or in dependence upon, in relation to its causes, the cause being the path. And so then when we look at these four truths, their whole basis is cause and result, is dependent origination, is that when the causes are present in dependence upon them, the results are inevitable. So the first thing that we come to know in the Four Noble Truths is then we understand suffering. That is the result. We see cyclic existence, samsara. And that gives rise to a wish to be freed, most commonly translated as renunciation, a determination to be freed. So if we want to find freedom, if we're determined to find freedom from suffering, we have to eliminate the causes that result in suffering, the causes that produce suffering. So once we know the result, the state of suffering in existence, then we have to and we want to find freedom from that, then we have to get rid of its causes. And that's the truth of the origin, karma and our disturbing emotions, which produce the states of our reality and the experiences that we have, which are all the results of those causes. So first we know the result, that is the suffering of existence, and then we know the truth of the origin, the causes that produce that. So if we then want to eliminate those causes, what do? We rely on a path. And so then in terms of nirvana, a transcendence of suffering, then the cause is the path. Transcending suffering, finding freedom, is the result that comes about dependent upon or in relation to that path. So the ultimate truth, the ultimate happiness and freedom from suffering which we seek is a result, and it comes about due to its causes. And so then when we look at the process of the path being the cause and the state of total freedom or awakening being the result, both of these are associated with our mind. The path and the practices we do are associated with our mind, and the result, the experiencing the state of freedom, is associated with our mind. Because ultimately, what we realize, how we find freedom, is by realizing our true nature, well, our ultimate nature, what is called our Buddha nature, the nature of mind. The fact that we are timelessly, or that we are already Buddhas. And how we realize this to be the case is by relying on our reliance upon the path. And so independence upon the path, then we reach the ultimate fruition. We make evident, we realize our true nature. And all of the practices are the path of, then, are the methods for how we realize that true nature. And so whatever methods we're engaging in, that is the authentic path. For example, if we're practicing according to the Vajrayana approach, we might be engaged in generation stage practices or completion stage practices, Mahamudra or Dzogchen. All of those are what we call the path. And they are the means through which we realize our ultimate nature. By relying on that path, independence upon that path, then the fruition comes about. And so none of these are beyond dependent origination. All of them are exactly about interdependence. How in dependence upon, in relation to the path, the ultimate fruition is attained. And so there's no aspect that is outside of the spectrum of these principles of dependent origination. And so the entire sort of premise, or the very basis of any practice that we do, is because of dependent origination, is within the context of these four noble truths. And understanding the operating system of all phenomena and its nature through logic and reasoning. That's the profound wisdom that sees how all phenomena are dependently occurring. And this wisdom was only taught in great detail and explicitly by the Buddha Shakyamuni. And that is the very special feature of the Buddhist path. The special qualities or feature of the entire path of what the Buddha taught is then this basis of this view of dependent origination. And it's very profound. And it is the very insight or understanding of the whole nature of reality and all that that entails. That's all.
오 때리 때니 따와땐 정전 종세는 된디직라 제키오리 때니 길긴 본섬 속바 차창 차나 팀류 사와메바 몸좀 멋짓 바래 가때 길긴 마창나 길긴 슉삼냥 창 차창 마창 와당 너나 길긴 차창 마창나 팀류용 차창 종거 말해 어떤 후보 고란 게 춘이대 거리쇼스 똑바 때리 회나가 주 대완다고 집 총구나양 대화 코란 깨버시비 길긴 차창 창거래 더 마창나 대화 용기요 말해 동어직 용거 동어리 용화 때는 코란 그 길긴 차창 창이 동어리 용고요 가테 동어 메퍼 조고 고요나 동어 그 길긴 때다 탐체 메퍼 조고 고요 대방고 거래 대방은 리우 동어 각로와 춘이대 더 무부 춘이 임바데 하고와데 디 길긴 땡장 레번 종이 고니 하고 송와데 당아주 나와서 집이 따와 땡장 레번 종 세드 테즈키오레 더 히나 드니 냠는 가립시나 쇼판 세와메 바탐 레토키오레 가리지나 무부 닐루 테스타고 여보 히비 히랍당의 이치당 따바당 대요레 히랍요레 히랍당 레비 따바요레 대요비 토피 가추 냠는 셰피네 감나야 잔라 노바맘셰 바 따딱 집축바레 가추 드니 디 땅라 타바 쳔불람 가추 따동 잠튼 바직 듭고야데 샹칩 셈당 샹칩 생휘 쇼바당 샹칩 생휘 셈 샹칩 셈 더 코니 고니 로고요 왕아 투망보 양거요 대랑 디나 캐랑초 망체위 대 망체와 윤랑보 나바 인사리 대가추 차 참에 되는가추 드립신이 장니 로고요 냠는 신이 로고요 딥션난 세와메 빌람레스 나위 람테 디 잡종데 드디그 템들 그 따와담 레르도 거래 대하고야 대 할리바가체 모레 오테 따우더니다 드디레스 디 나니 답쇼판 세와메 바당 따와 땡점레는 종니까 나니 대랑 그 가츠 니니 급샤야테 소 따와 급쇼니 샤테 땡점레는 종 디종 디나 대송기오레스 더 숨자 데제난 디종데 아다 가츠 관군 박발르드 나가지나 제 산지 크켓비 door de langer shirpi nang la long zone maung bana khong lo khong kumyang nin di tsarwi ji la door jam tak kha ki ji la chan dang chi pa yore khong gung san la lo ji shawa bongkan chi nanga ji shawa bongkan chi yonggein di teni sang ji ke tamba dang semchen la ke dekke la halibi pantok chenbo ji shong gre ze khong shir dang sang ji nanga ji na chikpo mare shirtanga kiu tamba mambo longzanori tinani chikte halipi karchembo chikte ta hwangun phapa ledrubre ta hwangun phapa ledrupte khonggo tanim zatangwi tenjang de jongwi nyangpo te nga chu te ta thkhiyo ze hajang ko jong karchin chikres.
And so in this way, we can begin to understand the importance of the view of dependent origination. Essentially, that if all of the causes and conditions are complete, the result is infallible. It will happen. The full and complete result will come. On the other hand, if the causes and conditions are incomplete, the full and complete result cannot happen. Only a partial or whatever, corresponds to whichever causes and conditions are present. And so then when we look at the nature of reality and everything that is associated with cyclic existence in entirety, then everything that occurs is a result of its causes and conditions being present. And so if we are looking at, say, for example, happiness in existence, then it can only happen when all of its causes and conditions are complete. And in their absence, happiness is impossible. The same when it comes to suffering. If suffering is happening, that means that all the causes and conditions that produce it are present, are complete. Because in their absence, suffering cannot happen. So when the causes and conditions are not present, the result does not happen. If the result is happening, we can guarantee the causes and conditions that are producing it occurred. And so when we look at suffering, if we want to free ourselves from suffering, if we want to find freedom from all pain and affliction, we have to eliminate the causes and conditions that produce that. And when those are eliminated, the result of the absence of suffering, of freedom from suffering, is inevitable because that is the nature of reality. This is the operating system of all things. And so the entire Buddhist path is based on the view of dependent origination, understanding the nature of reality, understanding cause and result. And so that view is necessary. That view of dependent origination is necessary. Because only then can we address the causes that produce results so that we can eliminate the results that we don't want and cultivate those that we do want. And so our entire practice, regardless of which approach it is based on that. The methods may be different for like the sutras and tantras, but the purpose is the same. The wisdom that sees the dependently occurring nature of reality and knows that's the way things are. And with that understanding, then trusts. We have a faith, which is wisdom-based faith, which means we know, for example, cause and result. We trust that. We have the wisdom of that. And then with that trust and that understand that based on that wisdom, on that understanding, then we engage in practice. And all of the practices regardless of which approach, which technique we're using, then is based on doing no harm because we understand cause and result. And furthermore, if then we approach the Mahayana practice, not only are we refraining from doing harm, but we're also solely focused on accomplishing the benefit of others. So that our view is imbued with the motivation of bodhicitta, and then our actions, our conduct is motivated out of that bodhicitta. And everything then is based solely upon that bodhicitta intention. And so as Buddhists, regardless of which approach we are taking, Rinpoche said, it's my understanding that many of you that are long-term Buddhist practitioners and have studied Buddhism for some time. And so our practice, our study and our practice is based on this view of then understanding dependent origination, and thereby, no matter what technique of practice or approach or tradition that we're engaging in, our conduct is that of no harm. And so the path is the path of harmlessness, of refraining from harmful and negative actions. And this is supported by the view of dependent origination, the wisdom that knows things to be interdependently occurring. And then we engage in actions, which are, their very foundation is that of doing no harm. And so this view of dependent origination here in these teachings this weekend, that's what we're focusing on, is the view aspect of the training. And so the text that we're using as a basis for these teachings is one that was composed by the great Indian master Nagarjuna. And he was prophesied by the Buddha, Shakyamuni himself, in his own sutras. Then he prophesied, then he predicted that some 100 or so years after his passing, he said, in the future, then there will be a great master, and his name, and he even named him Naga, and spoke about his specific circumstances that he would be born in southern India and so forth. And so he predicted that he would come and gave various circumstances for identifying this master, and that he would bring a great benefit to the teachings and practice. And the Buddha himself spoke about the coming of this master. Nagarjuna is not alone in being predicted by the Buddha. The Buddha predicted many great masters that would come after him and serve the teachings and beings. And one of the most significant ones was the Indian master Nagarjuna. And so here today we are using a text, a teaching by Nagarjuna as a basis for these teachings, a very important teaching that he gave. Lasso?
This is interdependent. When you're learning these, everything occurs from causes and conditions, which means you need to check your own practice. If your practice is mystic, authentic path, no result, because you're already wrong. There is no good result at all. Or even your practice is authentic, but still maybe there is no result, maybe because your practice is maybe not completed, not what the main practice is. Maybe you're doing it not enough main practices, and then you don't have really good, like a completely result. It never happens. Or you think maybe, okay, now I know I studied everything. Now I have an authentic path and unmistaken path, and then I have all these different causes, conditions of path, but still maybe sometimes you cannot have result because you don't know maybe how to practice. Even causes, conditions, everything's together, still sometimes not really result, not common result very good, because you don't know how to practice. 어떤 일이지? 라나 소수 냠렌라 라나 소수 딱고 그래 또 딱다. 길긴 탐치도 약보 창그 요땅 몇 차상 약보직 대 냠스 렌샤 때 오너랑당 덤비 냠는 인당문 다동 차상 오래. 오야랑당 덤비 냠는 직 빼가르쳐 버려.
And so it's really important that we examine our practice to see that all of the causes and conditions are complete, or if there's any aspect that's absent. And then in terms of the implementation, actually practicing it, it also has to be a practice that is at our level, that we're able to apply it and it works at the level that we're at. And so it has to be a practice that is harmonious with the level of our capacities. And so there are many different causes and conditions that are necessary, including that the practice is the right one for us and so forth. And so we should all examine our practice to ensure that this is the case.
Teni ngi gembarang ngarang loma teso takshang shapapshi kyo kaki ge dorje takpa nyamsu len matam kan yore. Teni ngi dorje takpi nangla mayong ze kyo rejik Rejik tani maung pa na nguni yakpo chiyona tani yang kershi na ndigrewa. Te ma togo Mahayana blobjong tang te cho halipa kugyab na tani lam korang chatsa mata yang tak payore. Mahayana korang ka patipshina. Tani namjigla chik thana chowanda keni yang dorje tak palan jugna kakayore. Tipshina rang tang chambo lam kang imbate hakoya karchembore es tamanna yang tani rang tang manchambi lam chiglan jugdugna yun rang juk kyang riuyo mare. So tipshina rang so su samlo yakpo tangore ese tenchang renjong zayate ngubu chuni tang tambi lam chigre Natsu nawi lamte ngubu chuni tang tang khayore.
And so, for Rinpoche said, for myself, I often examine my students because not everybody is necessarily ready to practice Vajrayana. It's not always at the level that they're at. And so often, then I'll think, well, maybe for a time being, better not to try that approach. And maybe in the future, after engaging in certain other practices and so forth, then it will be one that is right for us and that we're ready for. And so if that's the case, I will have someone focus on the Mahayana practices, all of the mind training and the path. The Mahayana has all of the path in its entirety. Everything that we need to attain the fruition is there. And then if at a certain point when practicing and training that the enthusiasm and the capacities to actually practice at the level of Vajrayana, that works for that person at that time, then there may be a time where it's appropriate. And so what I'm saying is that the practice needs to correspond with where we're at. Like it's at the level that we are at as a practitioner, because otherwise, if we're doing a practice that's not at our level, then we could do a practice for a very long time, an authentic practice. And so forth, but the result of that practice are not experienced by us. And so we should always be examining our own mind and our experience, because everything falls under the operating system of dependent origination. There's nothing outside of that spectrum. And so then that dependent origination is how things operate. It corresponds to the nature of reality, and the Buddhist path is entirely based on and in harmony with the way things are, how they operate, how they function. And so our approach of it also needs to be based on that. Maso?
Tere teni ta der ta u jung tenjang der jung nyang bon den chapter chepala thomar ge wa la kiton warto ge wa jung ton thamar ge am jukton yopi nani teni thomar ge wa la kiton de telana santon ta ngirshak ni duk tinani ta taun santon de yakar kato Part tesa mupata sendaya karka sini jagarkato jondim sanla tendire teni te kanyi khanjirshina dinoni parte te samutta jipata tenchang rever jongwa jipatiwate teni sendaya jipate nyangbo jipitonde karka zete tsigleur shipa jipitonde otendires.
So now we come to the actual text, the heart essence of interdependent origination. And this has a beginning, a main part, and a conclusion. The beginning is the title of the text itself. The title begins in the original language of Sanskrit, Pratitye Samutpada Hridaya Karika. So Pratitye Samutpada is the word, the Sanskrit terms for interdependent origination or interdependence. And then Hridaya means like the heart essence of that. And Karika means laid out in verse. Also.
Tere, teni tenjam reverend jongwaze te ngubo kang yin nam chu kang yin na all the phenomena kare yin chang ne dorna tani tamchit bot rang sosu tomo man bi gyotang ken la tenni tenjam reverend jongre eji biton tate teres teni shi temrer tang nang temrer ni ore shi temrer zena nga chu tani shirur ko 다 직든지 감 실노 그 직든 삼로 땅나 대초 탐치 영라라 소수 교당 깬라 때 닙숑오레 잔기 교당 깬거 잔 김지우 직숑자지 요 말을 니기 교당 깬라 때 니는 거나 메톡 금지우 직숑그레 자지 요 말을 코랑 카카 코코레 대니 거나 m지기 교라 교당 깬라 때니 대니 마르미로 똑다고 금지우 직숑그레 숑고 말 가르즈나 코랑라나 소수 교당 깬다 땐들 그 숑히오레 딥시나 피로라야 가츠 당오 사원 데니 사원 데니 루고 데니 냥보 데니 로마 동보 리울 메톡라서 럼바 진도 피로 그무보 탐치디앙 quena 샹당 깨찰당 데비진도는 메톡라서 바 탐치 드립시니 땜들 그 숑히오레 낭그 땜들 자테 샘친 탐치 ngacho nang chuk semchen tamchen ro rik tuk ku dupi semchen tamche te ana ten jam reron jong i goni shong khyo re di rawali ndaya yo mar korang di nang ro ko re ter ngu bu chuni te di mala ten jam reron jong wa che kyo re di ngacho parta te samata si piton te.
So the term interdependence or interdependent origination means occurring in dependence upon and in relation to, or dependently occurring. And what that means is anything that occurs, all phenomena, whatever they may be, basically everything, occurs is a result, at any given moment, it is a result that is occurring in dependence upon and in relation to its own specific set of causes and conditions. And so in dependence upon and in relation to all the complete causes and conditions, then the complete result of whatever moment in time, whatever phenomena is appearing, is occurring. And so that's what it means to say everything is interdependent or everything is dependently occurring. And then there's the outer interdependence and the inner interdependence. So the outer interdependence is how when we examine anything in the universe, every single aspect of it, everything that we look at is a result, and it is the result of its own specific causes and conditions. So when we are looking at or coming to understand anything, any aspect of reality, what we're figuring out is what causes and conditions produce what results. And so when we understand it, then we can say, well, this is the result of these causes and conditions. We understand how something occurs, what causes and conditions need to be present. And the causes and conditions are, each result has its own set of causes and conditions in dependence upon and in relation to which it occurs. Nothing occurs because of something else's causes and conditions. So for example, if you have the cause and condition for barley, like a barley seed, it is not going to produce a sunflower. Like, no matter how many of those causes and conditions occur, a sunflower is not going to result from those, come about in dependence upon those, because that's not the result of those causes and conditions. Or if you have a rice seed, in dependence upon and in relation to that, you're not going to get corn, because it's not the cause for corn, so corn won't occur. So every single thing that happens at any moment, then whatever phenomenon it is that is occurring in dependence upon and in relation to its own unique and very specific set of causes and conditions. And so when we're learning about the outer world, we're learning about the interdependence. What produces what? What's the relationship between this and that, with the cause and result, the condition and the effect? And so we learn, for example, in the natural outer environment, we learn that, okay, this seed is the cause that produces that sprout, and then in dependence upon and in relation to that and its set of conditions, then it becomes a stalk, and in dependence upon and in relation to that, it results in leaves, and then eventually it bears fruit, and so on and so forth. Each moment then is the result of its interdependent set of causes and conditions. And so in this way, everything is interdependently occurring. Everything is the result of its own unshared and unique set of causes and conditions. And that's what we call dependent origination of the outer universe, how it operates, how does it happen? Due to it's the cause and result, is how everything appears. And then the inner interdependence is the experience or reality of sentient beings within the universe and how we cycle throughout our experience and the lifetimes that we have. And so that inner interdependence is what accounts for our experience. There is no one and no thing that goes outside the bounds of dependent origination. Later, we will learn about the inner cycle of the existence of sentient beings, the contents of the universe, so to speak, sentience, and how that works, the interdependence of that through these 12 links. There will be a discussion very specifically of that. And so there is no one and no thing that transcends or occurs outside the bounds of dependent origination, of cause and result. This is the operating system of all of reality, of all of phenomena, and so it is the true nature of the way things are. Everything is then, as in the Sanskrit term, pratitye samutpada, is occurring in dependence upon and in relation to, is interdependently occurring. Also.
Teni nyambu tsigleur shipaze, shendaya shipate, nyamboze na karze korzena. Di nala tsik goni na temjer ke jong mapo yore. Teni sanji ke temjer zor ton yong kan ke jong hachang mapo yore. Tetak tamchi tsik goni na yang nyambo tsam kanat duni songje gore di nala. Wan kun pak le drup ke. Te maza tani joshi tonki goni na yang khant ni kyang tokpar kawi zamu na te yang di na ta tonji yo pa imbi cherna tani nyambo jipa te ko ko yore. Tsigleur shiba jipa kerang tsuha ko gre tan tsikchet chini tani kong tsikchet zu yore. Ma to koma sanji ke temjer ke ndo tang tani salo jang ndo la so pa mang chewa te nang la tani tsiglopre. tsiglupare yenang kongdi na tsigleur shibshig oji pito tsikchek goni sonji pa te teni inja horjon kyurpala shingtar lo oji pa de tere te ta ngirshikre de tambo de tse jagr kat tangni sanskriti kat toni woket girwi ni kamnana lo tsawa namki kwanarana so su ngyur tarshim barshawi chet tang teni Maung pana ndala ngyur ndala thusam gomsam shenkan namla pantok parshawi cheto te jebtun jambi yang hirap kal hayim bibshirnana jebtun jambi yang lab shang sarlo songkyo.
Then the term Hridaya, the essence of that understanding, that interdependent origination or dependent origination, then the Buddha taught on dependent origination extensively and with great detail. And so with this term, the heart essence, it indicates to us that this is a condensation of the, like key or vital points of dependent origination. And so it's like a summary that just has the key points without a great detail. That's one thing that the term indicates to us, Hridaya. But the other thing that the heart essence indicates to us is that the meaning is extremely profound and deep. And that that it is the heart essence of that meaning of what is all of the teachings describing this profound and deep topic is synthesized here in this way. And so just the heart essence of those teachings. And then laid out in verse indicates that the text is in the style of composition, then is not prose, sentences of varying lengths, but rather that it's in verse. And so then the teachings are taught in verse, whereas the Buddha's more extensive and detailed teachings on dependent origination in the sutras, the Sutra of Dependent Origination and the other sutra, Salu Jangwe Dom, that those were laid out in prose, whereas this very concise text is in verse. It's metered in the original languages. Then, as we continue, it says, we have an homage. I pay homage to the youthful Manjushri. This is actually an interpolation by the translator who translated the text from the original Sanskrit language into the Tibetan language. And so in order that the translation be complete and accurate, then traditionally the translators would begin by first paying homage, and also to ensure that all those who studied, contemplated, and meditated on the meaning of the text thereafter would be benefited by that teaching, by that text. And specifically, then, the homage is to Manjushri, the deity of profound wisdom. Since this is a text for cultivating wisdom, then this is that genre of teaching. Then the homage was to the specific deity or Buddha Manjushri. That's all.
Tere, teni tandeni marambabshin to karesung reze na juntun ngu tela ne de sabche tugyore te cho hako na teni indi ton de kareyen hako pe pantogyore matomunda jung tong chik nang la ton de mambo ji dubje gore di gemsan ki tsik korang la ta na chita hamako da wo yore tivshena sabchit goni hako na teni yagbo ching ring do kyore tawo teni stemdrip chugni ki ngowo ngu zongwa tere tangbore Dev jentur stemdrip chugni te tsubdana ti ji te lak sam kana ta ndatsute ti ji la chester tenim jongwi ton pya pa tere tenjong gu ton sena karre se kyore teni tenjong ti ji te la tenjong yin sarnim zong te tongni dim bare sere teni vjire teni tongni te hui go ni tanyore magi ogla yore tenjong gu chu tamche tongni dienna tenjong yin jin do tongni yin sur kane rezena hui go ni tenki yin zeni magi ogla ndo ga o tere trukpa te kare zena ne nilu te khona nyin thongwala tenni Dorwi tsurtib shate magi ogla. Dor tsurtib shadorim jugla. O tedipshini songres. Taoti sabchet zamze chachang hi songna teni rig.
So now as we look at the text itself is very cryptic, extremely short and concise. And so it can be helpful to understand the context of it, is to understand sort of there are, we could say, a table of contents or a division in which then each meaning is, each section has a meaning. So there's 6 sections, because otherwise if we just read straight through, without having the sort of outline of the text in our mind, then it might not make that much sense. So the outline, I'll give you the outline first. The first section is identifying what the 12 links of dependent origination are. So it's simply identifying the 12 links. The second category, the second section is categorizing the 12 links under 3 categories, 3 main sections. So it's categorizing them into 3. The third is showing how these occur in dependence upon and in relation to each other, how they're dependently occurring, their dependent nature. The fourth category then is showing how, because they are dependently occurring, they are empty. The fifth category is showing how, since they are emptiness, then there are examples, like illustrative examples, that then show how this dependent origination occurs. That as dependent origination is occurring, as things are dependently occurring, they are empty. And this is given through analogies or illustrative examples. And the sixth category in the outline is showing how then, because of dependent origination, we can see the natural state just as it is, essentially how liberation happens. Awesome. So when we realize the meaning of emptiness, how we become liberated. It shows how that happens. And so those are the 6 sections that form the outline of this text. And if we have those 6 in mind, then it gives us understanding as we approach each of the sections of the text itself. Also?
Ta temre churni de ngo ngu zungwa tere shirtang gndi nangla yalak sheptak churni kan thopi tenjong song te tak song duk ta ti tsik ti sha shigore ta yalak sheptak churni kan song ne tere sheptak ta yalak churni de kan re zena mang zamena marik pa tang ndoshet tang nam khi tang mang zug tang kem chet tang Chorwatang, Strepatang, Lembatang, Strepatang, Kewatang, Gahe zipate, o tip churni tela, shetang temre churni zekiore.
So the first verse says, the Buddha Shakyamuni taught that the 12 specific branches are dependently occurring. They can be completely categorized within these 3, disturbing emotions, karma, and suffering. So first we have the 12 branches in the first sentence of that verse. And this was also included in the PDF of the text, the 12 links. So first it says, the Buddha taught the 12 links of dependent origination. And these 12 are ignorance, formations, consciousness, name and form, the 6 sense sources, contact, sensations, craving, grasping, existence, birth, and aging and death, being the 12th. Since you have this, I'm not reading that slowly. Listen.
Tere, teni tandeni nga tu kare khako gu kyore, zena tongtango, ta te songi ngujur ngoto ndor dupa, tsamchiki tondak shek kure, marik ndop shet, tandi ndani res, dihtemde chigni te, chaksam lab go kyore, nga tu matseksam tam jar shekore, temde chigni ko ate. Kare re zena tarta nga tso tartinda tani warmari. Atu kewa warmari. Tani kewa ngamma tang, tartat kewa warma, tani kewa pshimate, ndaksam tang tani mrerwi goni, temre yang lak chugni songshi gore. Di goni kare zina nga tso korwa la chirtan korkhiyo pi tsorte, temre yang lak chugni ki goni korkhiyo pi tsorte, hako khiyore, di goni, sarwo chi hako no khiyore. Di pshena nambi lugla temre te, ze tenchang mrerwan chungwa re, se te, when namba main pi ngamma tramtha te chu na la ngamma ma ta tong ya re kha hi gu gime pa li shong re ze gi ore semchen tham che di na gime li shong re shurul gu ngu bo tham che gime li shong re o ya gyu yo ma se ta chi shong re ze ni tramtha ngamma tandi gu tramtha gang zag rang so su lo gu zo chu shi ni tandi shi ni lo gu tandi zu zo kan yang yo re 대비엔도 가기 그 기요리 세레다 기요나야 디 기대야 딱바임바 데니 덴트피임바 너디 그 기대 딱 주레스 좀칸 때어나 데니 그 기대 주나리 왜나 가기 그나 두그 주레셈 칸 요리 가기 그이나 지금 던튼 그 주레셈 칸 요리 가기 그이나 데니 when a high zurezena, tak when a gato America la yang theory, Zabulang la Gerka Mambola, Hak zureze, when Hindu da winata, Hawamshuk Chembotang, Devjin to Tambatang, Teto Kano zurez, any conjunction shape up on yeto, and the Kilia Tediore. Yena ngatu kontu look through la, tela kubab shek yore luktur tela terang sosu tani te shatang mandawa mampo jiten kamla yore teres kubab shek yo te tu lugla tu tukcha chik tani lapku yo mar korata ta tani ta nabi lamla karere senana temare ezere temdre zate temdre korang rang sosu gyotang kenla tenni shongare matokoma teyang rang sosu tomo man bi gyotang kenla ten gemeli shongamar gyoli shongre gyoyo teyang na rang sosu gyotang kenla tenni shongre matokoma gyotang ken chigni chigo ni tadi chik tamche ketang chi yo mare es teni rang sosu gyoken temder la tenni shongre rang sosu gibri gyoken temder te yodna driu te tang tem jongre karte gyokin temrer te mena driu te tang tem mam jongre o tif shanana tani gyotang driu ni ka konyen de difini mrer du gyoba o tani ko goni songres
So the first sentence in the first verse is pointing out what the 12 links of dependent origination are. And Rinpoche said I'll give a brief introduction to those as a basis of this teaching. And the way that they're presented in looking at the cycle of life in existence as sentient beings is actually through the perspective of being categorized in terms of a 3-lifetime cycle, in which case right now would be considered the middle of lifetime of the cycle. So there would be the links of dependent origination that came before in our previous life, the ones that are present in our current life, and the ones that will result in the future life. And so this model, this way of looking at the 12 links of dependent origination, enables us to see how we cycle throughout one lifetime of experience after another. And with that model, then we would look at it of ourselves, in this case, in the middle of the 3 lifetimes, in the second of 3 lifetimes. And this is how we can account for and begin to understand the cycling within existence, samsara, how we cycle. And so it's through these links of dependent origination that it causes us to cycle through one experience after another. And so then in the Buddhist perspective, why are we born into existence and continue to experience different experiences within existence? Because each is dependent upon, is a result that is occurring independence upon and in relation to the presence of its previous causes and conditions. And when the previous causes and conditions, the later experience are the case, then the later one happens. So this is the very basic principle of the Buddhist view and understanding of reality. So when we look at how did this world come about, how come we're experiencing the things that we experience, then this has always been a question for millions of years. For human beings, this is kind of the core of the questions that we ask about life. And so then the Buddha, who appeared over 2,000 years ago, then when he was born into India, before he was there were many philosophical systems and ideas surrounding, where did this world and our lives come from? And there were many yogis and rishis and different people, practitioners, ascetics, and so forth, all exploring this question, how did this come to be? Where did it come from? And many determined that it came from a creator, that there was some other being that created the universe. And others determined that it came from, for example, if we look, then basically we have two options. Either everything comes from a cause, or it comes from no cause. And so there were some who had whole philosophical systems saying that there was no cause, like there was no reason why we were born, no cause and conditions, we just happened here. They have, there was a specific school, I think it was Charvakas, but I'm not sure, Gyongpemba, then school of thought at that time that said there was no previous life, no later life, there was no cause or reason for the outer universe, it's causeless, and then that our reason for being here is also causeless. And so they said, therefore, it doesn't matter what you do. They were nihilistic. There was no cause and result, so nothing mattered. And none of your actions, karma wasn't a cause that produced any effects. And you could kill tens of thousands of sentient beings, and you could save tens of thousands of sentient beings, and there's absolutely no difference because they said everything was causeless. There's no past or future lives, and there's no causes that produce results, and therefore, then it's causeless. We only have this single life, and it's here randomly for no reason. There's no causes or conditions. And they had entire philosophical schools based on these thoughts that they had formulated and created with their mind. Then there were other philosophical systems that says, well, there is a cause, but then they asserted that the cause was permanent, like something that was eternal, that could never change, a permanent cause. And that one cause could produce everything, that was a source of everything, all results. And that cause was established as being inherently true, meaning it was like existent, it was real. And then one cause would produce everything. And then they would have different ideas about what that cause was. Some asserted that there was an ultimately existent and eternal time that was the cause for everything. Others asserted that there was like an ultimately existent particle that was the basis of the universe, that produced everything. And others asserted that there was a God, an eternal, permanent, existent God that made everything, which is also very similar in idea to what we have of the idea of God as a creator in the West and in other religious traditions around the world. For example, in the Hindu tradition, the creators of the universe include Ishvara and Brahma and so forth. And then the Muslim tradition and their belief in God. And so different belief systems in a God had different ideas of that God or gods. about how they were the creator of the universe and so forth. But the Buddha, when he looked at the nature of reality, he did not agree with any of those philosophical systems, neither causelessness nor that the cause, for example, was ultimately one source. He said that there is a cause, but that each and everything has its own specific set of causes and conditions is interdependently occurring. And so he laid forth then through his insight into the nature of reality that everything was dependently occurring. Because what we are examining is what is the true nature of reality, which is what everybody was examining. And their philosophies and ideas were based on their exploration of what is the true nature of reality. And then, the Buddha had his very unique insight and wisdom into the view of dependent origination. Now, that all said,
람니기 캬퍼까레를 하고니 소 땜질 금통니는 공조 얌사니 육송아 데리지 송오레 데리오레스.
So some of you may have attended teachings I gave on a sutra that extolled the very special qualities, specifically of this tenet system, this understanding of all phenomena to be dependently originating. And that sutra, those teachings began by looking at the different views that were present, different schools of thought about the nature of the outer universe that were being thought of and explained at the time when the Buddha was present. And later, many of those philosophers and seekers came to the Buddha's teachings and were amazed at his teaching on dependent origination. This was the core view that turned them towards the Buddha's teaching and path, and why they became practitioners. Yeah, I can't remember the name of that. What I translated it as.
The praise of the great path.
And so then they made a praise for, these were great scholars who then made a praise who had started in other philosophical systems, and later when they heard the teachings of the view of the Buddha on dependent origination, then they praised that view. And so that text very clearly talks about their tradition and their beliefs prior, and then how they then extolled the special features of the view of interdependent origination. So on the one hand, Rinpoche said we always want to give respect to different traditions, different religions and paths. We are not looking down on or speaking badly about anyone else's belief system. However, if we're going to speak about the Buddhist view, then what is the very special view of Buddhism? It is of dependent origination. And at that time, back then, there were many debates about what was the nature of reality. And what was the path to realize that true nature. And so then there was a time where there were many of those philosophers and thinkers and seekers who were debating, with the Buddha and the teachings of dependent origination and so forth that were the core principle of the Buddhist view. But essentially, then if we're speaking about, well, what is the Buddhist view? What did the Buddha see? He saw that every single phenomena was occurring in dependence upon and in relation to its own specific set of causes and conditions, was dependently occurring, dependent upon those factors. And that's how it occurred. And that's what interdependence means. It's very literally, that's what it means. And so then things do not occur without their cause, But even though they have a cause, then each and every phenomena has its own specific set of causes and conditions. So it's not like one cause that produces everything, but rather than the specific set of causes and conditions for each phenomena are the reason why it occurs. It occurs independent upon or interdependent with those. And so then that was the view that the Buddha taught, that each phenomena occurs due to its interdependent conditions. So when those are present, independence upon and in relation to them, the result is inevitable. If in the absence of any of those unique set of causes and conditions, the result, the full and complete result cannot occur, will never happen. And so this is the view that we are exploring here today. So?
야, 때니 따티 통니 때니 템저 양락 주니 때 따당보 곱죽사 때 간립신이 가리닌 곱죽어리 제나 다 마릭 덥셴 제니 다 톡당보 때 가서 가립신이 디 가서 나완다 당쳤다 시르노 근직다 남축 그 셈션 마보 지 간립신이 숑후요래 너총 가서 가립신이 낭후요래 제남 대 코란트니 된 드립신이 용후요래스 드니 마릭 덥셰 남키 당세 마릭 바바트 그 톡당보 때리 다 드니 마릭 바지야 때 가서 남똑지그래 코랑오니샤나 남똑그래 가서 셈천 시길라이나 요래 디 남똑때 가레레 제나 다 회나 가서 조칭 그 룩다오다 릉각 그 룩다오 옛나네 teni regi ngo ma ki pazea ta rigbi rango ma ki pazea I marik patere teni mdogr ni kala samlotana ne dekshik nyang bu rango ma ki pazea na yang dekayore teni ngubu nilu ma ki pan dorna ton tambi ngubu nilu konjob kur ngubu nilu te kariye yin ma ki pa tsam ma im par ne yang tak pa ma im pi tokpa nam tok chigla 마르파 제고레 양탁파만 비 똑바스 양탁파만 비 똑바 가르제케 오르제나 디 마르파테 노르와크 나투 it's a mystic concept 나투 노르와크 로직 똑바치그레스 코가레디나 쿤점바테 무부 닐룩타 맘탐바 마즈 쿠디 신치록도 드롭탁니 종히오레 땡아투 소수케오남 그 길라 다 토마멘 피투니 타와르토 영니 영토 딩올란 로히오피 로치크레터 남톡치그레 디마나 마르파 아제키오레 릭파 예키키 오독쇼크레 릭파 제테 히럽르바 히럽 제 사양 요레 예히 제 사양 요레 릭파 제 사양 요레 마르파스 릭파스 가르제 코르즈나 ngubu niluk chirta wabshin du hipa. Kwe na sangi ki temdir ki chu tamshi songwi ni kamna kongo naba tang ken bi yeki ngon du kyur tsar ni ngubu niluk chasang ken ni song kanka di rikpan duwa, di yeki duwa. Onda rawo yin na ta ngoni hirab tar shimbara wa, yekin tar shimbari. Ngubu niluk chibshin tu zigni tani songwi yore. O 딥시나 때 라올라 겜템 켄칸텔라 릭파세키오레 타 ngubu niluk ngo hisongwa ngubu niluk kensongwa o tela 릭파세키오레 딥시나 tani tawo marikpa zete tanga chu tere tani marikpa yo pala teni tani nga chu odate warta sonda oh lepro yos
So
Chizit
nipa tola karma chu gu yore karma gu yore.
No, tani.
Then he chooses chikjang chegang also.
Oh yeah.
So then, when we look at these 12 links of dependent origination, this is accounting for how all appearances in the universe appears, how everything manifests, and it begins with. Then the first link is that of ignorance, and the second is that of formations. So looking at the first of these, so how is it that the entire universe manifests? What is its original source then for the outer universe and sentient beings? What is its first point of origin? That is in this term that is translated as ignorance, ma rikpa in Tibetan. Essentially, ignorance is a concept. It's a disturbed or afflicted concept. And all sentient beings, in having our ordinary mind, we have and function out of this concept that we call ignorance. Another translation could be unawareness or non-recognition. In the Dzogchen tradition, and also the secret mantra approach, then this ignorance is defined as being a non-recognition of the ground. Or it's defined as being a non-awareness, not recognizing its own essence. Or awareness not knowing itself. In the sutra approach, this is ignorance is defined as being the non-recognition of our own Buddha nature. Or we could say the non-recognition of the true nature of all phenomena. The not recognizing the empty nature of all phenomena. And so it's the non-recognition of both the relative way things appear and the ultimate nature or natural state of those appearances. Almost like we took drugs. Something like that.
We're a little bit drowsy.
We're a little bit off. So, but it's not just the not knowing. It's not just a non-recognition. It's on top of that an incorrect way of thinking, a mistaken thought, a mistaken concept. So not only have we not recognized the true nature of phenomena, but we believe it to be what it's not. Like when we say something is a lie or false, it means if we say they're lying, it's not that they're not just telling the truth. It's that they're telling something that's false on top of it. It's the opposite of what's true. They're saying something that's not true. So when we say enemy, that doesn't just mean not our friend, not someone we know. It means someone that we perceive as being a harm doer and who is against us. And so that is what ignorance is. It's not just a non-recognition of true nature, but it's a mistaken belief about the way things are. It believes things to be what they are not. It believes things to be opposite to what they are. It's an imputed label upon reality that is not what reality is. And all ordinary sentient beings in our minds since beginningless time, since the inception of existence for us, there has been this mistaken perception that does not know the way things are, that is a non-recognition, a marik, not knowing. So it's not just a not knowing, but it's a mistaken knowing. And that's what's translated as ignorance, or it can be translated as a non-recognition or unknowing or unawareness. Those are all translations of marikpa. The opposite to unknowing is knowing, and that's the word wisdom. It's what knows the way things are. Profound wisdom, prajna, or timeless knowing, jhana, or rikpa, awareness. Marikpa, unknowing, rikpa, knowing. Unaware, aware. Knowing, not knowing, knowing. And so the rikpa, the awareness, is what knows the way things are just as they are, their natural state, their true nature. And that is then the wisdom that realizes their true nature, is what we call timeless knowing, or prajna, the perfection of profound wisdom. And this is what is realizing the way things are, their natural state. And so then when we look at then the finding freedom, it's based on that realization of seeing the way things are, of recognizing the natural state, of knowing the nature of phenomena. Because what begins all of the states of existence is not knowing, a non-recognition, and on top of that, believing things to be what they are not. And this is what is termed ignorance, and it's the first link of dependent origination, the first basis upon which everything that appears arises. It starts there. Also? So now we've arrived at the afternoon break.
되니 당아주 되니 나그 샘친남기 땜저 샤피 카브레 텔라테니 땜저 양락 주니기 고니 답샤크요레 되니 당보 디나니 마릭바치 파트 콘터 샤트 테타우 마릭바트 요팔라 텐니 나주 오닥든 점바 오닥든 점바 잠직 말에 나주 셈나라 소수 깨워남기 셈라 오닥든 제한테 뉴모바탐김 용니 땅아주 종당 팜카 차상 땅간테 닥든가 남똑들이 닥레제 키오마르 닥은진 아주 봄부 라나 소수 룽리익스음 그 족반달라 미그니 나 제니 닥치 닥니 디 nzambaate dagzante halipi huk chenpo yore. Di dagzan di dagta kane nawo nzanghe yore zina nga tsu. Teni stakpa yinba ching zanghe yore. Namgin katsang ka dagtang, terang ka dag kewa ngami dagtang. Tarti dag kewa shimi dag. Teni leaf sakpi dag, riu nyui dag. Teni cheni na nga tsu 덕집 샤와트 딱해요래. 강급 딱호래 덕전급 딱해요래. 디 덕전급 자와 강립 쇼래 마릭 발립 쇼래. 디 셴나 덕집 샤와트 딱바당 찌보 임바. 어랑와야 임바. 회나 덕집 샤테 젠 석직라 마투 반다고 징전해요래. 아주 코랑랑와 임바. 데니 덕집 샤와 찌 마토 망아 메파. Mambo me pa tendi ke takshi rangwang chang ke dakse sosu ke wo satang sayin na nga tsu dakta tendi chin zeng he yore. Gunzub tarnyi te te ta ur takshi rangwang chang ke dakse yore zina yo ma re. Ta korang rikpi tsar ni suna yang tani pombo di shinang warsam kangla tsar kyang takpak chik po rangwang chan nga tsu nzamba nang chang ke dak yo ma re. Mena yang nga tsu marik pi top ke tani dangzeng ke tani te dagjib shawa drop tak yore tani shini. Tani me pare zena mare konzo tarnyit to takpa tsamjik yore zena ndikhe yore. Pombo di tang to kanzak dagjib shawa takpa tsamjik yo na ndikhe yore. Te tsamjik te yore te ngubu nilukre. 건조 타르니 때한테 나추티 찾그마르 딱 잠기 맞춰빠르네 더니 딱 던더리 요요 쩝쩝 덴덴 따오지 삼로땅니 어떤 삼로땅 당전데 계기오래 대 따우 당전데 기발라 때니 다랑 급쇼라 창전 쳔보지 노책 용회오래 잔기 토라 당와 용회오래 때라 더니 마릭 바당 도적 제당 섬데 뚝숨세 다테 타운 도적라 테니 도적당 제당당 착독 나르게 콘로 다 팀촌니 머겨 삼기 메캬피 마보직 다전텔라 테니 숑고요레 텔라 테니 테니 리나 바나속밥 사kh요레 뉴모 바테탁라 테니 Leave sakayore, deep sherna, conte, marik pala teni, ndupshik liji papshore. Lite nyumo payang, di nyumo pala teni, ta marik payang nyumo pare, teni tela teni shongwin do chirjer tang la sokpatamche nyumo pare, tela teni li mapo sakayore, leave sakpi mangla, ti li ti mangla, ndupshik sakayore, o tupshore seri, o denire.
So we're exploring the inner dependent origination of how sentient beings experience existence. And so we are looking at that through these 12 links of dependent origination. And the first is the initial non-recognition of the way things are, ignorance. And based on not recognizing the nature of reality, then in relation or independence upon that, then we have then a belief in a grasping, a concept of self, which is at the core of all ordinary beings' mindsets. Then that's centered around this grasping to self. We call that self-clinging. But really, it's like the perception of self. And this serves as the basis from which all of our other mental afflictions arise. And so then it begins with a non-recognition of the nature of reality, and then the identification with and relating to our experience in terms of a self. For example, the mind, body, the components that constitute our self, the physical form and consciousness, we focus on those, and then in relation to those, then we impute the concept of a self, an I. We impute the concept of a self, the I. And that becomes very deeply kind of rooted in the sense that there is a self. And how we relate to that self is not recognizing that it's merely a conceptual reference in relation to other factors, such as our mind-body experience, but rather than we think that the self, we grasp to it or perceive it as being permanent. For example, we think that the I, the me, is the same as the I or me of yesterday, and this same self is the same one of tomorrow. And that in terms of past and future lives, that in the past life it was the same self, the same I, and then in the future life it is the same self or I, and that the accumulator of karma, of actions, is the self, and then the experiencer of the results of those actions is this self. And we think that it is, and so we think it's the one and the same, that it's permanent. It's like the same self all the way through all the experiences. And that is a non-recognition of the true nature of reality. We're not recognizing that the self is merely an imputed concept of our mind in relation to our experience. In dependence upon our experience, there's the concept of a self. And so we believe then that there is a self, and we think that the self is permanent, which means it's the same self, moment to moment, day to day, lifetime to lifetime. We think the self is singular. We think we don't think I am multiple people. We think I am one person. I is a singular identity. So we relate to the self as being singular, and we relate to the self as being independent, which means it is not dependent upon other factors. It is not in relation to anything else. It is, the self exists by its own nature. We think of it as a self-existent identity that is simply a self in and of itself. So we are relating to this concept of self, this imputed concept that the mind has placed on our reality as being permanent, as being singular, and as being independent, autonomously so. And we focus on it like that, as if it were always the same, as if it were singular, and as if it were independent of any other factors, that it sort of existed by its own right. And that is that we're believing in the concept that our mind has imputed upon reality. And it's an imputed concept based on the experience of the mind-body aggregates. But if we search for this so-called self that we have labeled, that we hold so strongly to and relate to in these ways, we cannot find it. We can't find it inside the body or outside the body or in between. There is no place, even though we've given a label, a self, we can't actually find that self to exist anywhere. So then what we discover, if we look for it in every part of our experience, is that it's merely an imputed label, means a concept of the mind that is formed, but that there isn't actually a self somewhere that is the same, that is permanent, that is singular, or that exists by its own right, but only as a conceptual framework of the mind. Relatively, according to relative reality, we can say there's the mere concept of a self. And that it's true in terms of there being a concept of the self. But beyond that, there isn't actually a self to be found that is it. But we are so attached to ourselves. And we think about I and me all the time. We make ourselves sick, grasping to ourselves. I need this. I want this. This isn't working for me. This isn't okay for me. And that's because we have assumed as a basis that this self that we're relating to constantly, self-centeredly, is existent. Like it exists in its own right. And with that assumption, then, we have all these needs and all this lack of fulfillment and the satisfaction around that self. And so once we believe that a self exists, we assume that it has its own autonomous existence, that it's somewhere and it's true and it's real. Then we have self-clinging or cherishing of self. And what happens from that belief, all of these layers of concepts, is then we have attachment and desire for ourself. And then we have aversion to others who seem to oppose the needs of this self. So then we start with ignorance, a non-recognition of true nature. And from that, then we have desire or attachment and aversion, what we call the three poisons of the mind. And then from that, we have all the different layers of our wants and needs and pride and jealousy and anger and all of the full range of our emotional, conceptual, mental states, which arise due to the belief in self, which is a misconception in the first place. And then what happens from this self-clinging and all of this belief in self and all of the associated afflictive mental states is that then we engage in actions, karma. And we accumulate all kinds of habitual imprints, karmic actions. And so then in dependence upon that initial non-recognition of true nature, ignorance, then we engage in actions which form and become our experience. They're called formations. So the second link of dependent origination comes about in dependence upon the first link, in dependence upon ignorance. So they're dependently occurring. First, there is ignorance and its associated disturbing thoughts and emotions. And then there is actions. We accumulate and engage in actions, which are called formations. Also?
teni tangatu nyamnen kan zambo yin tangmente lobjong tonden me nang la nga chu song yo a chuba changlan jarwi gyama yin se chik te kare ze kyore ze na teni lobjong wi chat phyat pe ne kam na phyat yo pate kare ze na to dagzan den der khyo na teni dagchinzen de turkhyo na to jiwa chakyo na ne chuba ya chakyo re ze teni kate dagzan nga le chang cheduk ro khyo na ne kyo chuba ya po yong yo ma re ze teni tsawa ngoma ti thogla thugure sere te teni ti is jithop khyo nanan dur thop khyo nanan nyumo ba jamba yang dur thop gyasha gyare garjena ta nyumo ba tamchi tsaware o teni shini hako gure ti goni leaf sak zena kar ren dupshit zena leaf sak zate nga chu teni leaf sak papo lu tang ngak tang yit sambu sakhore tela nga chu nga ze khore ti thogla nga chu ngap tak ni ngi leaf sakhos te ze khore tonla lungar yik samni jan yo mare yena lungar yik sam ko luki gewa tang mar lungar yik sam ki tani gewa tang mar gewa tang loma tang ko wakchak lika kare lina ti wakchak te so kaw jik jik yore zena ne sem ko kongji number ki pa ka nga chu mikhi tang na khi tang che khi lu khi tanda yo na tanda medro na jing ko ti khi pa thogla jik yo mare kongji nam khi tela tu na ta gun tambo yore o ti kongji nam khi sarjang rik pa chi yo pa ti thogla saun salap ta pa na jin shini tap do yore saun te 다 마릭밥 당전도 간이 다오래 제나는 사정 답빙이 값고 양바 다오래 되니 리데 사원 다오래 사정 때 공지남 기다오래 다텔라 답겨래 가지고 리마보 티토라 되니 워처직 디만란 덥셴 제켜래 다드 갈리 숑송제나 마릭 발리 덥셴 숑래 단 dupshe zena leaf saksore tan dupshe lapten ni ne tani nga chu ta mche kang la rang rang so so kini ta wa li ka chep sakna tan dupshe te kare sakhyo na chendi tok to kini ta wa to mi luften thob ni ton yo per shekyo na ton me per shekyo na kha hi ke ton me pap shet pha hi ke ton yo per shekyo re kha hi ke ngoni mergewa chang chang sheni ton me pi nani chartang yun kirani lagno pa hali ba chembo chip sheki yore semcheng janba namlang no pa shekore mche kang la testa u mergewa chembo ngalan dukan ka chema po yore o teni re seten marik patang dupshit ni ka khwerna nga chu o tere telap teni nam khiji pate ta When Marik Patang Dupshenika Natsu Kewa Namaka Leak Kapka Marik Patang Dupshe Leaf Sakpala Teni Natsu Tarti Namhi Ami Kopa Kanala Tok Tampo Jupi Namhite Tepshon Korean Laksambate de la Lebres.
How we're doing as a practitioner is really gauged upon our experience of focus on ourselves. And so, for example, in the 7 key points of mind training, it says this is the scale by which a practitioner weighs the extent or scope of their Dharma practice. So the measure of mind training is how much that focus on ourselves has been tamed, how much cherishing and attachment to ourselves has been subdued or has decreased. If that is decreasing, our self-concern and all that that entails is decreasing, then we know that we're practicing well. If it's not decreasing, or maybe it's getting even worse, we're getting more sensitive and intense around ourself and our needs, we're not taming our mind, then our afflictive emotions are also not being tamed. Like maybe our practice is actually reinforcing our sense of identity and self. And then making it more and more. And so now we have more boundaries and more things around ourself and our personal care and self-needs and so forth. If our self-clinging is decreasing, then our other disturbing emotions, how upset and afflicted we are by things, are also decreasing. That's across the board. If the afflictions are not decreasing, the self-clinging is not decreasing, then that's our gauge as terms of what is happening with our practice. But whatever the case is, once we have ignorance and its associated belief in the self and all the afflictive mental states that come with it, we accumulate actions. So in dependence upon ignorance, we have the second link, which is formations. So who is the actual accumulator of actions, of karma? Our body and speech and mind. Provisionally, just as a label only, a way of relating to them, we can say the self. Then in the body, speech, and mind can be provisionally labeled the self. But essentially, so we say, I am accumulating those actions, but really, in actuality, the reality is that our body, speech, the body, speech, and mind are accumulating those actions. Whatever the case is, when we accumulate actions physically, verbally, mentally, we engage in positive actions, negative actions, neutral actions that are neither of those, then every single action that we engage in is a habitual imprint being implanted within the ground of our consciousness. Essentially, the fundamental sort of base of ordinary mind, what we call the alaya consciousness, or the consciousness of the all-ground. This consciousness is able to retain habitual imprints because it isn't, it's sort of continuous with our mind mental experience. So that right now we need a basis, one of the consciousnesses that is present now and in the future, and that can both, the habitual imprints can imprint it, habits are imprinting it, and then later it experiences the result, the sort of fruition of those habits. So the other consciousnesses, visual consciousness, audio consciousness, olfactory, and so forth, the sense consciousnesses are very temporary. When the conditions are there, they're there. When the conditions are not, they're not in operation. So they don't have the stability to retain the habitual imprints that we call karma. And so then the stability is the ground of all ordinary experience consciousness, the ground of those which is more stable. And so it is in the all-ground consciousness that has a continuity regardless of the conditions and is more stable than the other consciousnesses, serves as their basis. This ground is what we plant the seeds of karma in. So the planter of the seeds of karma, we can call that like the farmer, is our ignorance and self-clinging and all associated mental states. That's the farmer. They're the ones that plant the seeds. Then the karma, the actions, are like seeds that are being planted, imprinted within the consciousness. And then the consciousness is like the field. It's the ground within which they're planted.
Dokshetaw guhyor wa gimbark. Riu chimjonguna ti chapraw karerezena magi temdriyan la chugni kinong li sak charna ta compare tno am riu mapshong ko war to tur tak to compare ro do ge chikte kangu ke street pa ta lemba ni kare ogla yore tinire. Deniga tani ken chilit davores dokshetaw.
And then we have so those seeds are like the causes, but then causes aren't enough. They need conditions, like the right circumstances that enable them to grow. Just like a seed needs water and nutrients and heat and moisture, then the seeds in the ground of our consciousness have to be sort of fostered and nourished by different conditions through which then they eventually bear fruit. They expand and increase and become a future result as our experience.
샘
And
기
so,
감랍 역차로래다 제일
so once
기방해요.
we've planted that in the element or constituent of our mind, within the realm of our mind, it's been imprinted. Now it has to be supported and nourished and fostered so that it can grow and expand and eventually bear fruit. And those principal factors that do so are called craving and grasping, which we'll get to later in the 12 links of dependent origination. And so then we have the conditions, which then enable those causal seeds, the causes, to expand and grow and then manifest as our experience. So it is then within the field of our consciousness that all the habitual imprints, basically our many actions, are imprinted. And that's called formations, the imprinting of the habitual tendencies within the mind stream. And so in dependence upon the presence of ignorance, then comes formations, which is all of the accumulated actions. And so then, for example, in a past life, if we're looking at this, how this causes this cycle of birth and death and our 3-life cycle here in terms of past and future lives, in the past life we have the ignorance, and in dependence upon that, we had the formations, and then those formations then become our future. They form our future experiences, such as this life, that we're born into this human body and have this experience that we have now. And then how we use that, if we make this human life meaningful, or if we render it meaningless, we can see that everyone uses this life in different ways. And some are making it meaningful. They're engaging in positive actions, working for the benefit of others. Others are rendering it meaningless. Others, more than just not producing anything ultimately meaningful, are engaging in detrimental actions, causing enormous harm, accumulating all kinds of negative actions that has adverse effects on themselves and others, both in the immediate and the long-term future, and they spend their whole life. We think about how many people spend their whole life engaged in harmful and negative actions. And so whatever the case is, that life, then due to the ignorance and then the formations that came about, then form and become a future life. And so in dependence upon ignorance, there's formations. In dependence upon formations comes the 3rd link, which is that of consciousness, which means the first moment of consciousness in any given life, such as in this life cycle that we're looking at with the 3 lifetimes, then it would be the moment of conception, the moment consciousness entered the womb. And so each of us, then, the first moment we were conceived in our mother's womb would be consciousness.
Teni kewa ndeni yang kewa jima lap samlo tona yang kewa gimi namki orwa teni ndorna ti kewa jimi shima kar namki kanto kewa lendrowi namki teze keore o testabure teni ngatsu tatere teni namki sete tere tati namki te teni pamani ki kotak kyun me patang devjin to ngatsu semchen ka namhi li ki tertavla kewa tula babyo pirni kap la te nyam to tela ndovshak yores ten rotsur te kanin dawore se ngatsu khama tak to teni wardo me prendrowa chik kumbo yore te parchewa yo mare kewa jambalendra chik ti wala wardo do yore tambo ngatsu khwir nirkap tela ramba jento shirur ko ta rimki ngatsu khwi wang to samlo tana teni wangbu tonum chachang ro mik zug mom tongwat ni chama chorwa la soba chachang rimki tam teni sa che mer lom jongwa nga ka tawore ngatsu zuponde pombonde zupon pon jongwa nga ka tawore te jongwa tamche chikyang ton mabshit par jungwa tamchi the tam di jitela kale kale namki ke tamramte arakpani ramba jinto ma chawa nim chawa kwar the tamni gansam chigla teni nampi lulang kwer nga chu nyang parya meni nduk songna yang 당상 만바다 납축 것때 수가르제 거리 티캅라 커레제 거리 우교 말와 옛나양 તની તાતોં શિવુક્ત છસોરે દેન નંગુક તાતોં છાવાચિક નામખી કે થમરમ લુબોતં નામખી 카프트리오 મારે ગાછુ લુબોતં સેમનિકા 냠티오레 તારો નામખી યોરે લુબોલા કાલે કાલેબશીની થમરમ ક તે માબો રોખ્યોરે કાતે 냠는 칸치긴 나네 띠니 갑라 તે થમરમ કંગ કાપીના 냠는 શે થબખયોરે તડી કાલે કાલે સોની તે ગાછો કાંસમચીલા ગેટ રોખ્યોરે 영 공징어도 남기금 차완차와 때 공징어도 담도니 낙답답 다보시니 공징어도 때 갸르니 때니 야르갸 상위니 깜나 샘기니도 덱식냥 봉앙라 요레 옛나 망봉 때니 때 샘시 남지 고히 메톱니 죽잠직 요나양 판톡 메레 죽잠직 카리오나양 고히 히오 마르와 냠랭 관측이 있나 때니 고히 요레 어떤 일이
And so then once all the sort of causes and conditions for any given life are present, there's been ignorance and formations, then another lifetime will be initiated, an experience of consciousness continuing into whatever experiences are produced through those factors, then will come. And so in any given life, the first moment of consciousness is this third link of dependent origination, which is occurring in dependence upon the previous links of ignorance and formations having been present. And so, for example, as humans born to the womb, then there's the fertilization of the egg and the moment of conception, at which point then the sentient being's consciousness is propelled into that experience through its karmic propensities, through the formations that are now bringing it into that experience, whatever that may be, and with whatever parents that may be. And so essentially then propelled through an entire lifetime of ignorance and formations, then our consciousness continues past the moment of death. Most people, when they die, enter into an interim experience. The consciousness experiences what are called the bardos, the interim experiences. And so as we die, as this life ends, then we have all of the dissolution stages of this life, beginning with the most obvious dissolution stages of the faculties. So for example, our vision begins to blur and we can't see, and then our nose can't smell, and so on and so forth. So each of the sense faculties stops perceiving its objects and begins to fade, or the dissolution stages. And then we have what's called the dissolution stages of the elements. So our body is considered to be composed of the elements, and we have the element or constituent that is likened to earth and water and fire and so forth. And so each of the elements, the constituents, the 5 elements, the constituents that have composed our body, and each which had its function throughout the course of our life, begins to have a dissolution stage, which means it no longer forms a function. And then once the dissolution stages of the elements occur, then there's the final experiences of the dissolution stages of our consciousness, which start at a conscious state, what we call coarse or perceptible consciousness, and then gradually this fades and becomes subtler and subtler and unconscious. And so in the Buddhist tradition, then the end of life is when there's the final dissolution stage of the subtlemost level of consciousness, which then separates from this physical body, which is different from what is medically called clinical death in the West, in which the outer breath ceases and all the movement and finally the heartbeat of the body cease to move, where the outer breath ends is usually what people call death. But for then the stages of the consciousness, there's still further stages of dissolution before it's fully and completely separated from the body. And so gradually the consciousness goes through its stages of dissolution. And then eventually the final ending is where it completely separates from the physical body of any given life, of, for example, this life. And for a practitioner, then aware of each of these stages, we're able to practice in each of these. And so we would have that kind of awareness of our consciousness going from obvious perceptible levels of consciousness and becoming subtler and subtler, and practices that correspond to that. And then finally, the final moment of consciousness in any given life, then we fall unconscious, which is falling into the all ground, the ground of all ordinary experience. And from that, then eventually there is kind of, we wake up from that ground of ordinary consciousness, and what we wake into is actually the pure nature of our mind, what we call our Buddha nature. But most sentient beings, not having any familiarity with that, may experience it, may wake into it, but then have non-recognition, and then just sort of continue in that trajectory or pattern. Whereas practitioners then may have an opportunity there to recognize and realize their Buddha nature as the consciousness is going through these stages, as it sort of dissolution stages and final moments of any given lifetime, of this lifetime, for example. So.
teni tatim juk tela shirtang ngak kalula thomo maim pi shatang chig yore nyangma pi lula mixer ka ndo glugla shatang de yo mare kare jena chunit bardo ze tere takpi nawan ramana kharya yore teni techo teni ngindi ne kap shakman dorngak thomong gwang samlo tangna chuni bardo gu jitela teni spa bardo ze tinga chotela ro kre tat semchen sotang sin nan di tpa bardo ze ate kharya re tat ti ni kala ti wardo jipate ngacho tarti zukta rawon dendi rakpate yo mare yiki lupo yore malam ganar karkal lu nam jinka te yore wambo chachang yo pa dawo yore yena tarti nirkap ko wambo rakpandar tawo chi tawani ni yo mare rabtak zang thartan ro thom khang ke dendi dawo lu dawo yo yore yena wakchak tang yiki lu re o teni khaki wardola phacher nima khaki dum khayang yore khaki dantak khaki dum khayang yore ta ma chewate jipchi jergu ko wat dugni tani kewa chig len do kre sere ti wat kewa cha ga yore kasa kala kewa chig marak ni ngi tani rana sosu lup tani kewa chig marak ni chalwi turkap tela spa wato shipada tere o ta ti ni kamna tani rani nyamne ni ona turkap pe po yore teni rang khasona ti jini phama ta trobola sokpa ta techu teni gumba ke yang domba do ya la sokpa yona halibi phanto chembo yore wardu ni kap ti li labo yore nopa wardu ni kap ko semchen dukcha changro li labo yore te yagpo chik changro ya yang li labo yore ti ni kap la ken ki goni ti wardu ni kap ko semchen to ugir labo yore tini kap tarti nam jin ko ngatsu dubchi ko lubo dan lungar yexum lungak ti rakpa de mi yo mare teme pi gemsen ki lil habo shini girwa lil habo yore li merge wa yang sakna lam sang tani dukcha chiklan jet ro watang li gewa chik sakna na lam sang tani devi ramjin chan ten jet ro wate yakpor jet ro wate dorna testa uteni wardo jivshawate tendi yore oti jila ta wardo ni tsepa wardo jipateni maring dupche namki tang jipi namki ta ti jila rang li tang njeriopi pama se yenna teni ti pogola chakokhiore ti pcherna ami kokpa nang la namki tang pote jukdokhiore sere maton taga chigrang taga chiglong songra warta ami kokpa nang lan robjong ro karj rang li ke mrerni li ke mrerbi goni telam pendokhiore kwena tondro la kenjuriena tondro ke teni kevalendo khore yetak yetak kevalendo teni mayena mi kevalendo teni chini nga chu korang li ke goni li tangderwa yore odidi goni kevalendo khore te samlo tangures
So according to the Buddhist approach, there are slightly different ways of explaining the kind of experience following that. In the Nyingma tradition of the Vajrayana, there is an additional subtlety explained that it's not taught in the sutra tradition alone, which is what is called it's called the bardo of true nature, of dharmata, in which then a range of pure appearances arise and so forth, and then there are practices for the practitioner associated with those experiences. But common to both the sutras and tantras, then in general there's simply the universal intermediary experience called the bardo of becoming, which is that it's in between our past life experiences and the future life experiences that our previous karma are going to produce. And so if we're continuing on propelled by ignorance and formations, then we experience this interim experience between physical forms grounding us. And so at that time, then we don't have a fully physical kind of coarse body like we do in any given lifetime, but more like a mentally created body, which has all the sense faculties. It sees and hears and smells and tastes and touches. And it's much more like the kind of body that we experience in a dream. It's not so solid. It doesn't have the stability of the body of our previous life experience and so forth, but it has this very ephemeral quality. And so, for example, wherever we think, then suddenly we experience being there, and the mind experiences kind of being unimpeded, like it has a body, but we can move through mountains, and there's not this solid stability that we experience in the course of any given lifetime in our physical forms. And so we're not so physically grounded. We have a mentally created body. And typically that transitional experience of in between might be approximately, for the vast majority, experienced within 49 days. And so there's the 49-day interim experience that's spoken of, the 49 days in the bardo of becoming, which is now then leading us to the becoming of our next experience. And for practitioners, when we study these, there's lots of opportunities to practice during that time. And we have a lot of supportive circumstances in which we can practice during that time that will affect how that our sort of karma propels us forward. And also then those who we've left behind, our parents and companions and loved ones, they can engage in all kinds of positive actions and do various practices and really support that transitioning through that state, because our body, our whole experience is so transitional, it's so ephemeral there that everything affects how that goes. It's like kind of where the wind blows. So it's very easy for sentient beings in that interim state, like if they have positive thoughts and engage in positive actions, then it's like they immediately experience the positive effects of those. But also in the opposite, because it's so transitional and transitory and kind of unsolid and ephemeral, if they experience having negative thoughts and engage in negative actions immediately, that can sort of reframe the whole experience there, because there isn't the solidity that we have of the composite form of a body in any given lifetime, and so it's just very easily influenced by negative factors and by positive factors. It's a very transitional experience. And so this is what is called the traditional, what people call the Bardo, the interim state between experiences. And so propelled by the ignorance and the formations, all the karma, the habitual imprints of past lifetimes, then that propels us towards our future experience and ultimately then into the birth of another lifetime. And then karmically, we're born to the parents of our karmic connection, meaning the propensity of that karma and those actions, we become the child of those parents with whom we are karmically connected. And then our consciousness has its first moment in the womb, at the moment of conception. And so it's not like we fell out of the sky, came from heaven in that moment and just like appeared there in the womb, but the propensity of our previous habitual imprints, of our karmic propensities, what's the formations, form and inform that life and that experience. And so this is understood through dependent origination. The consciousness itself, then if it's going to be born as human, it had to have all the causes and conditions that would produce a human birth and life. And without those causes and conditions, it can't happen. Human birth can't happen. And so whatever birth we take, it has to have the causes and conditions to produce that specific form of life. And so if we're to be born as an animal, we have to have all the causes and conditions that produce animal realm experience. To be born as a hungry ghost, we have to have all the causes and conditions that would produce a hungry ghost experience. To be born as a human, and we have to have all the causes and conditions that produce human experience. And so in dependence upon and in relation to all those causes and conditions, then now is the result, the first moment of consciousness in any given life as any being based on whatever those factors are. Those formations have become our future experience and whatever our consciousness, that first moment of consciousness in any given lifetime.
Teni ta wardo te chok ne chok shaguna na gipap shaguna wardo tukchit se chigore te namjin halipa gipap shaya yore 단디낭 때랑 레레 당은망이 와도 쭉쭉 기밥샷 사로레 더니 때랑 디니까 고문도 옥스 더니 가초 마링도쉣 남키 땅세 템르 양럽 쭉니낭 남키 땅 망숙 제테 비와레 망숙 제테 땅 가초 아미 코피 낭라 남키 육 서비 지라 타 가레 용교 딱디 지라 가레 제나 딱 죽기 pombo ngerwa ro khiorwa tok tambo nam khi yukpir ni kapte tang mandawa khotak ni ka njurni rambabjin to zukpola njurgu khiorwa tip sherna tani rambabjin to ma njurwi ramjin chenko tani zukki pombo yore telanga zukki pombo ze tini kablak tani khata migla so pa thamche kemchit kang yo mare koran tagachi kotak mato mo yo mare tani rim kibdan thagre jin gjorni ro yo pi zukki pombo yore tani te dan han chik to zukki pombo mazet yang nam kip shima te so sum yik ki payang tela yore tani te mazet tin khort gyruina semshong yang chorwa ndukhi ndupshit ka semshong yang ti mambo chik semshong chasang yore ti mangla mangji pombo zek yore 어떻더니 공도 남힘에 납시마가 마음진 결이 공보전 대양 용회요 말했지 어떤 일이야
So there's obviously a lot that can be said about the interim experiences called the Bardos, but Rinpoche said that's a separate teaching. For example, what's called the instructions on the 6 Bardos, and that's something that I've taught elsewhere on other occasions prior to here, and it's something that is a separate teaching to this. And so this is the focusing on the cause and effect, the dependent origination that produces these versus the experience and trainings of the Bardos themselves. And so we'll simply leave it at that and continue. So once we have the formations that propel us into a future life, then that first moment of any given life begins with consciousness. And so consciousness is dependent upon formations. And then once there's consciousness, what happens? Then there is independence upon that. There is name and form. Name and form is the process of the gestation from the first moment of conception in which consciousness enters into any given life, connecting with the small particles based on the conception of the sperm and egg. And so it starts there. Basically, in name and form, it's like name only at that point. There's nothing but tiny particles. There isn't fully formed aggregates. We don't have like our mouth and our nose and all of the sense faculties. The sense sources haven't yet grown. And so then there's merely particles. And then because of the presence of consciousness, it's live. It's alive. We have a fetus, and it grows and gradually develops. And then slowly, over the course of the development, you have the form. So it goes from being kind of like name only to become a form with all of our sense faculties. If consciousness wasn't there, you have, essentially stillbirth. You don't have a growth. The fetus doesn't grow when consciousness is not there. That's why consciousness is the dependent factor in relation to which, or independence upon which, name and form happen. Growth happens only when consciousness is present, when it's alive, so to speak. Then you have this gestation period of the womb. And then all of the body grows and forms because of the presence of consciousness. In its absence, that doesn't happen. There's no name and form. There's no growth. And so the fact that it's alive is the fact that consciousness is present. And then in dependence upon that, then name and form, first kind of a name only, but gradually the form becomes formed. Our body grows its sense sources, and then we not only have the sense sources, but our consciousnesses. And our principal or root consciousness, mind consciousness, and together with its mental states, the consciousness that comes from that, sensations, perceptions, and so forth. And so then all of this begins to form. And since then the growth in the womb and the full formation of a physical body is dependent upon the presence of it being alive, their consciousness is there, then consciousness is the link that precedes name and form.
Deni ta nam khi mai kokpi na de juk charni zongte ti jini tu ti jini zongte chetet nga thola khena kha ta mik ta nawa na ta chela so patham chet matopi yan chetela mazu kutur kapre de den tak ma bo do khiore mazu gus Teni kemchi tukte yongge yore kha mik la so patham chet tod pingup chukni zorte ko chongo tampo chuk yongro wa ngi gimbar samlo tangyo ngi teni body world ze terik song museum chikna lam thonsong teni tela tana ne ten kar kanenda wo duk ze ngi samlo tangna nga tho teni zukpo de kale shinin gerwan ro ni potato da wo pe duk samsong potato daw. Potato daw kale shini korang olanda manda 강화나나 락파나나 문다만다 끼용도 갈래갈래시니 드디시니 름기 다겜치 뚝자테 갈래갈래 탐체 또 용회오래 gemche tukki tutsodiang o zungor khiore teang dumyam to nimachila oops karsang mena yang terang chasang lebdo ka chi yo marwa teni maram kin rona ne gemche tukla tenni yut tuk tanzin tpi nuba marshong ko wartore nuba mepi ngon to gemche tuk tur kabre o teni res
This gestation period in the womb that we refer to as name and form takes a while. So from that first moment of consciousness, once it's alive, and you have, I guess we call it a fetus, then until the point at which the sense sources, being our eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and body, are fully formed, then that entire period, which takes many weeks, is called the name and form. Then once the sense sources begin to emerge and until they're fully formed is called the six sense sources. So once you have name and form, growth in the womb, then independence upon that becomes eventually the six sense sources. Rinpoche said, I always think about this. One time I went to an exhibit called Body World in the museum, and I looked at all the stages of formation, and you could clearly see the stages that are called name and form, and then the six sense sources. And at first, at the time of name and form, it was just like a potato, like a blob, without anything. And then slowly, the sense sources started to, the limbs and all the other parts start to emerge from that blob, like little sprouts from a potato. And so then eventually, then those six sense sources start to emerge, and that also takes a period of time. And so in dependence upon that gestation period of name and form, then there's a period in which the six sense sources are emerging, and until they're fully emerged, and that doesn't happen like one day, like suddenly, oops, they're all there. It's gradual. It takes its own time to form. And then there's a point at which it's fully formed, and the potential of the six sense sources to function fully, to perceive, to be serve as the sort of physical basis of perceiving their objects arises in that whole period, right until it can perceive the six sense sources that were the six senses. Then that's the period called the six sense sources, where those are forming all the way until they're fully formed. And so then
tang yurchin nika yur zugda tero rakshala sopi yur nam tang mik nar chela sopi hip tini wambo ko namla teni kipi hiba te chola hiba tuk ze yut tuk yorwa o te cho rakpa ze na te cho yur tang yurchin nika nyam to khas wi kabla tela teni rakpa ze kyore ta te tani ragba yang ngatu ragrak na ugoni shek guna ngoni mai khokba na ne ke charwi jila shek yore ta yinam chawi wan to samlo tana mai khokba na ne ragba yore yota yore tani karre jena tani kemche tuk chata jok charwa ta charwi jila yur kala kansa mai khokba na ne kya zugda tro raksha chata chor du gya yore zugna tani nga chu mik cham du gore ta yenna nakpo yenna yanda khahi ke tani pogu khahi ke jima lap khyorwa ami khokba nangla yo pirni kamna nima kharwir ni kamde troko kongola thupir ni kamna ot titi nangla yo pa ha ko khndo zate khwena nga chu yena tanda mik cham ni olok de la karna ha ko nduga ot on de nam jeng ke tani zug yo chukho yore 낙보양 통후요리 까르보양 통슈후요리 대신도 자나 되니 고야 요리 코피나니 자 고야 요리 실로 고자나라 고야 요리 나 그자양 고야 요리 죽자 되니 저당 로당 럭샤 강라 강삼 요리 따따 남진 거 럭파 쳔보데 메나양 보기 니감 나양 요리 티 니감 나 럭파 테니 곱 죽니 따름 기름기 마이 코파 나니 곱 죽니 럭파 럭피 뚜kapte tutsot kansam chik nogo yore maring do shinam ke manzo kem che tuk rakpach ore tani o tere sorwa dewa na dungar nyon mathap kwarte yore ti warto rakpi tur kapse gore mathap warto zena tani metan nogo yo marte yena tani ti warto rakpi tur kapse sorwa der tu katu yut tuk la penni rak charni zonte rakni 소랍 용어도가 야만나 대화직 쇼그레 야만나 둥가직 쇼그레 야만나 담념직 쇼그레 어때 타부트니테 레스
And so first, the gestation period is called name and form, and then in dependence upon that, there's the six sense sources. And then those six sense sources typically will become fully kind of complete, fully grown inside the womb. And then there's a point, often in which they encounter their objects. There's what they call contact. And then there's a sense of perceiver and perceived through the eyes, nose, ears, tongue, and so forth. And on a most coarse level, often this is spoken of as birth from the womb. However, even in the womb, there is a point where the sense sources are fully formed, and the sense faculties of ears, eyes, nose, tongue, and so forth are complete. And to whatever degree within the context of that environment of the womb, begin to experience their six objects. So we have the six consciousnesses and their six objects, which are supported through the sense sources, the physical faculties. And once they're complete, then there's the experience of the object. So when through the six sense sources, our faculties, consciousness begins to experience the objects, that's called contact. And that can subtly begin within the womb. For example, even when our eyes are closed, we're still seeing dark. There's still a seeing that's happening. And so even in the womb, there can be experiences in which then the six sense sources, our faculties, are encountering their objects. Like we might, there are people who talk about, who remember their experience of being in the womb. And for example, who have spoken about like then when it's dark, they experience that darkness, and then when the sun comes up and there's a light, they experience light, even with their eyes closed. If someone comes into our dark room and your eyes are closed and they have a flashlight, you can still experience the light. That is seeing. It's a form of seeing. It's a subtler form of seeing, but it is happening. We're seeing dark and we're seeing light. And we can hear sounds. We can hear the sounds in the womb of what's taking place and hear the sounds of what's taking place out of the womb. For scent and other sensations, it's less formed or less clear at that time in the womb. But essentially, once the six sense sources, our sense faculties, are complete enough that then we can start to experience the objects, this is called contact. And that may be at sort of within the stages before actually full and complete birth into this realm, into this world, the physical birth. And so at that point, it's called contact. And then eventually that contact starts to elicit sensations. Some sensations are pleasant, Some sensations are unpleasant, and some sensations are
더
neutral.
콕비는 요 쪽으로.
And that
제가
could
봤던 동안.
already be happening towards
대니
the end
종때
stages
깨니
in the
종때
womb.
연타연.
And then, of course, once we're born physically into this world, then, you know, there's contact and sensations that become really obvious. And then that, but basically at some point, the sense sources are completely formed, contact is happening, and then and during that time it's called contact, but then once sensations start to arise in relation to the contact with the objects, then it becomes called the period of sensations. And that may begin before actual birth from the womb. And then, of course, after birth from the womb, the sensations become that period in which there's a lot of experience of pleasure, pain, and neutrality becomes much more pronounced. And for the time where that's the most kind of pronounced experience, then it's called the period of sensations. And so once there's contact, then what happens in dependence and relation upon that is that then there is sensations. Also?
네. 드니 초르와 요나양 윤랑 와르 nga란데 구흔둑 삼야게 쩨빠테메 초코레 코에나 데 초르와 데와탄 둥거 쇼위니 감나 명회요레 소랍 데르도 코비너니 명회요레 깨사르위지라 명회 요타요레 옛나양 드니 가르랍 거레제나 다 쩨빠다고 제나 코에나 직바직 용코나 마요나 삼니 때리 준도 근도빠요 빠다오요로와 대당 대니 나초 지금 대화 지겠나 나라 구흔도 삼면다고 런이 때 구흔도 삼면다고 드니 근도빠요로와 오 대테니 초로와요 비질란 도빠용게요레 오야 대라 테니 지금 직비 열람 란도 요레 이 동위 열라 톰도 요레 디 노파텔라 나주 초로와게 질라 노발레브기요로와 코에나 다르타 나초 삼로 떠나요 드닌도가 나초 다르타라나 소소 코에나 케랑 가라 갈랍 거래 케랑 지 자칸 치크나란도나 칼라자카 칭도나 디카블라 칼라테소 케랑 자비니 감나 데니 당오락 데니 초라 데두 강치 용그레 텔라 초라 데두 그 지라 직타나 교가야 담르가와 강로 용차르와 아초 보고 깨마 탁도 데닌디 데마포치 요마레 삼거둥이티 럭비 초르와 마더 떼빠 쳔보직 요마레 가르지 콘주 똑바락 빠데 따동 야 쳔보 척차리 요마레 trawa yore te wonkyang tani chenpo chaktsari yo mare. Te shirna tani stepa zayate tani ko ta tani ko ndopa tang tani ko chakpa ke tabko yo pirni kaptela stepa zek yores.
Then once we have sensations, initially, we just feel. Whether it feels good or bad or neutral, it's just a lot of feelings, which is sensations of pleasure and pain. And there isn't the overt sort of sense of craving. Craving means we want something. Like when there's pleasure, it feels good, there's a sense of wanting that. And then when we don't like it, then we have a craving to get away from it. And so it's a wanting to get or to get away from pleasant or unpleasant sensations. But at first, we just feel. But then that gradually evolves into the feeling of, for example, if there's unpleasant sensations, we want to escape from that. And when there's pleasant sensations, we want to move towards that. We have a sense of wanting it. And this is called craving, where we want. Basically, we want to get, we want to feel good, and we don't want to feel bad. So we have a fear, like an aversion of wanting, the want to get away from what doesn't feel good. And then we have the desire of wanting what does feel good. And both the wanting to get away from unpleasant sensations and wanting to get pleasant sensations are called craving. So craving only happens when there are sensations, which is why it's the next link. Once we have sensations, then independence upon, and in relation to that, we crave, we want. And we can obviously see that right now in our fully formed experience. We want to have yummy food at a restaurant. We want to eat this or that. We have a craving. We want the pleasant sensations, and we don't want and we fear unpleasant sensations. And so we've had a lot of life experience of pleasant and unpleasant sensations, and so we have a lot of wanting and not wanting, craving. But that begins on a much subtler level when we're going through the stages of birth. It begins at a very young age. It's not fully formed for a newborn in the sense that they don't have the conceptual formation. They're more like just experiencing the feels and don't have this like strong craving to feel good and craving not to feel bad, but that slowly evolves and it becomes a much greater level of craving. And then eventually it becomes fully conceptualized, where we think, I want. We have like thoughts, I want. But in the beginning, it's much subtler. And so we have sensations, we feel pleasure and pain, and then in dependence upon that, we have craving, which is wanting the things that feel good and not wanting what doesn't feel good. And that's the craving that comes. That's the next link.
tere ma te pat teni lemba ji pate ta yun rang wartang aso tik te pa ngolan duk thap ka yore tu kap kansam chilan duk thap ka yore te pa shini kansam chila yang tani ti nam tokrak barak pa chakni te pa yon dugna yen ta yen de kansam chila te pi jesus jugni lemba te ta tang to lemba ton to nyerwa chi yong ka yore tong nyer ka sem kar ka yore te khar yong ka yore khwen nga so 가래 구효나 때빠 잠직 말아와 회나가 주단다 회입식나 제경이 그런 그 카페 징통 삼고는 겨라 때빠 요러와 때빠 요 비김 생기 오케이 다 카페 징통고 삼니 야랑니 파길라 카페 요선 로그 요러와 때 남지 렘바제레 강참 당호 때빠 요니 때리 렘바티 지라 죽바티 용고 요래 때니다 때빠 윤랑 와도 눅탑게 요러와 te pitur kapteang te yunrong war te yores otenire mar te pa lemba set mi lemba rawa jesus jukpate.
So then there's a period where we just have craving in our developmental process as an infant and such. Then eventually we start grasping, which is where that becomes much more fully formed and we begin to have real concepts about the things. And then there's the pursuit of that, like where we move towards it physically and mentally. We're trying to pursue that. So it's not like we just want to feel good and not want to feel bad, but then we move towards that. We begin to grasp towards it. So for example, right now it's not, someone might be wanting coffee. The want is the craving. But then if you do something about it, you get up to pursue that, like you stand up and you're going to move towards the coffee, then you're grasping. The pursuit of it is called grasping, or grabbing towards it, or away from it. Can I have
coffee, please?
Or maybe we order coffee. The pursuit of it is merely just in the words, where we request it. And so then the grasping is the pursuit of either getting or the pursuit of getting away from what we crave to get or to get away. It's our engagement. And so then we independence upon craving. So there's a period where it's just craving, but then it eventuates independence upon that into grasping. And then there's a period of time where it might just be grasping without a lot more yet. And so then we're at the link of grasping in our developmental stage. So.
Teni te pa lemba ta lemba yo charnib zong te ta yur la teni ta long shod ni Teni ta yur la long shot sarvi jila, ta yur lemba yo nibzonte, ta yur te la tadni long shot dograva. Ta yur la long shot sa nibzonte, stripa yong khiore. Ta ndig ni kap ko stripa zayade karizina leaf sa khiore. Ta konde stripa tang lemba nika chi nika chagzan re, tela teni ti nyumon pa nire, teni ka nyumon pa nire ngoni shanna. Tela teni stripa te nga tsu leaf sa khiore. Yang mana kerang ke chik thana li gewa, yang mana mergewa, yang mana tam nyum chik kayang rongwa chik wak chik chik sem nang lab yik no khiore. O ta te teni li tab sak ni, te yang teni khwe nam, di li zaten de ko gure tal, maung pa, gewa shima, ndripar shepi, ki rongwa shepi li sak no khiore, te ze go khiore. Stripa zena maung bi, stripa shimam jongor shepi, rong ke gewa shimam jongor shepi li yang sak dore. Tere tarta nga tsu tab shek nuwa, tarta nga tsu tarong khayo mare. Khayo mare, yena gawa yang yore ta, yena li yang sak. Teni stripa te li nyamare revjento, tap sak yore. Ngama yagi gewar ngami nir kap ke, yan lag nipa te ndurshit na vjen, den di stripa te nye ton chikre. Ton la li ze yore. Ya tela goma, ya. Te tan di na yore. O teni rez,
So then, once we have craving, we want to get or to get away from, independence upon that we have grasping, the pursuing of that. And then that becomes what's translated here as existence, which I've later I started translated as becoming. This is the 10th link of dependent origination, which is becoming. This is then when the grasping leads to full actions, and then we're accumulating karma. And so the craving and the grasping to get and to get away from are disturbing emotions associated with desires and attachments. And those, in dependence upon those, we engage in actions. And those actions are positive or negative or neutral, and so we're imprinting our mind consciousness with the habitual imprints, the karmic actions that will become our future. And so in this way, then the 10th link is becoming. It's what is going to become of us, which is what is going to become a future birth and life in whatever circumstances it produces. So we have then certain links. We have the formations of the past that created or formed our current experience. And then throughout our current experience of this life, which also has birth and aging and death, throughout all those stages, then we're engaging in actions, which is we're then creating future experiences. And so then we have then all of the actions that we're engaging in this life now are what will become of us. And so it's the 10th link called becoming. So?
tere. O tere, tani mare ki dobje na mangso ki re, chepa re, ta chepa zipa de tere, ta chepa, tani kewa tang ga khe zipa tere, ta kewa shima lam der gu khiore, di kewa zipa te, kewa shimi ni kap ko, ami kokpi nang lan juk do wa te, nam khi te, teni ngok tuk ni do nan duk re, tani kewa zerin dor na, teni ta ga khiore. Ga khe jipate kar re zena ne 영단이 균규르니 아주 폼본들 균규르니 뉴르위 찰라 가완 조효레 같이 레레비전도 니마레레비전도 치토레레비전도 다와레레비전도 로레레비전도 로효 파데 가와제나 야 뉴르완도니 기노효 파데 뉴르완도위 찰라 제키오레 마냥 긴고 인고잉이 바요 마레 드니 허와제요 가히니까 양락 찍듯 찝시그레 돈락니레다 옛날 찍 찝시그레 쳐와제한테 나 공도 샤파 나오진거 다 영ත니 가서 개와 얼음만 나오진거 첸디토라 마르코 개와 시마양 쳐와요래 어디 치니 영त니 마르피 지수 마르 바단도 샬라소파 지수 란이 데디피니 노키오레 체레 영 쳐도 그래 데디피니 노키오레 다 디마라 기템들 양락 주니데 양락 셰프적 주니까 더비 땡종 송대다 그제 대덕 탐쳤다 상지그 땡종 레벨 용와리 제니 ngamanga마님 심합심함 용회오래 송오래 송래.
And so then, in terms of looking at how these cyclists are one lifetime after another using this 3 lifetime model, if we have becoming, which is all the actions we engage in this life, they're going to be what become of us, then what do they become? They become a future life, which is birth. And if we're born, then what happens? We have aging and death. And so I also translate old age as aging, not old age, because that's not what it means in the Tibetan either. So each previous link accounts for the future link. And this way we can see the cycle of birth and death and how then these cause us to cycle. So if in this life we're engaging in actions, then those are what are going to become of us. And in dependence upon those, then we're going to have a future birth. And if we're born, what happens if we're born? Then in dependence upon and in relation to that, we age. Aging is from the moment of birth, each minute, each hour, each day of change that is taking place over the course of tiny moments all the way up to years. And so basically, if there's birth, there's death. That's the way things are. If there's birth, there's aging. And if there's aging, there's death. And so we are changing from the moment we're born, we're undergoing change, and that's called aging. So it's not just when we get old, it's the whole process of aging. And death is a component of aging. It's the end of that process of aging, and so these are counted as one link. And so in dependence upon any given birth, then there is aging, and aging, and then death. And so if we're born, we will have aging and death. That is inevitable. And so then in each lifetime, we can consider that like the middle lifetime of any cycle, and then we can see through these 12 links how we go around and around and around in dependence upon ignorance and formations. Then we have consciousness all the way through to becoming, and independence upon that, birth, aging, and death, and it just goes around. In any given lifetime, all of these 12 links are present. But in terms of a 3 lifetime cycle, we can see how each one causes that birth and rebirth, one experience after another, cycling due to the dependent origination. So these are the 12 links of dependent origination that were identified and taught by the Buddha Shakyamuni, which is why the text begins with the line, the Buddha Shakyamuni taught that the 12 specific links are dependently occurring. That's all.
Oh, tere, teni, ta tere, te tau temdr jugni te samlo tanga da pe, nyamlan kwanchila samlo tanga, halipi karchimbo yore. Teni, rimbab jinto, ta ya lungjong shini gomtang chik yore. Kare re zenanen korwi mjongtsur tarto, lungjong tarto gomze, kare ze kore zena, when gakh, okay, xawa kanip shongre zena, te chirter mjongwi tsur teni korang ter tarto mjong roban korwan dinala. Chirter mjongtsur tarto gomna yan rok yore. Tangwo nga tu ya, when ngama 냠랭 관대주 뜻hod낭 그 루파라 따니 더 간입숑레제는 치와립숑레스 만시는 이 루파 뜻hod낭 그 루파 요 말에 데니 치와 간입숑레 가와립숑레스 가와 간입숑레제나 깨와립숑레스 깨와 간입숑송제나 쯔빠닙숑레스 데니시니 쯔빠코랑 그 룽종 금종서 따르도 양로나 Tani marik pala thaktuk dokore. Tiwarto ndore. Taten korwa chirtrim jonsur tarto gomna. Tani vshiti vshirlok vshini gomni ndogore. Tertavu gomsur ten korwa kem jonsur tarto gomre. Lungjong tarto. Rimki kani vshinim jonsong ze tertarto gomkore. Yang tani tsam lam lugdok tarto gomzena marik par dogna ndavshit dogna namki dogna manzuk dogpani zonte maupana gakh dogdo wiwarto ma rambabjento lugdok tarto gomkhore tatam nyangdi dang nyanganindipi shoktan thambi tsurki gomyat ten ta ona marikpa doggona kare gokhyore jena yang takpi niluk tokkokhyore tangi terang ngamu kondo shapa nangjing ke tenjam deren jongwi tani stawar tenjam deren jong jipate chudam chi stemjer ni to tokkokhyore ti khirap te gilla ke gokhyore terke ona ton tambi niluk oglap sha karwak toni kare yen tang niluk kare yen dekshik nyampu ngohi tertok teni shopan chewa me pan lam nyamnin te ngatu nawa sangji pi lam terum ki thakparam babjint mandawa yorwa o techo teni nyamnin shipa tela teni te marik pa dok ores marik pa donan korwala keor shek li ndshik li ngak dok Tengak sona mau bana gak ngak sona gak ngakna gawatang magi gawatang de song gak sona teni tijilat tela teni pho tela teni dungaring yo marwa teni myangalin dipi komphang zaate thartupi derket dewa thakching ko ngogden thartupa zaate te thop kore dembab shinang Ti ngogden te dekshik nyang po zekyore. Te chibjin ter tok te gom roate, tanga tu lam ke nyamlen te chakhyore. Teni semchen tamchela noba me pa mazat, teni semchen tamchela pamba baji depak zo shini lam te dokhyore. Ti goni teni remki, te tembre yan lak chugni tu lugdok kutsur ki dok rotsur.
So, we see how each latter link only occurs when its previous link is present, and how they are dependently occurring. And as a practitioner, this contemplation of the 12 links is a very important component of our practice and training. And so then we meditate on how cyclic existence got here. When we look at like the source of cyclic existence, we start at the end. Like, why did death occur? How does all of this happen? And so practitioners of the past used to go to, for example, a charnel ground, a cemetery. And then they would actually look at like the bones and corpses left. And then they would look at that, then how did, this corpse come to be here? Because there was death. And death happened, aging and death. And that happened, why? It happened in dependence upon there having been birth. So once this aging and death happened, then that is because their birth happened. So independence upon birth, that happened. And then why did birth take place? Because there was becoming. Everything that became that. And you go back and back and back in the reverse order of the 12 links, and then you finally arrive at the first, then all of that came because of each link came about because of the previous link until you get back to ignorance. And so how did samsara form or become what it is? Because of a non-recognition of true nature at the core. And then that led to the next link and the next link and so forth. And so in this way, then we have the backwards order of seeing how the result came about because of its cause. So the final, we have aging and death, that came about because of its dependence upon birth, came about dependence upon becoming, and so on and so forth, all the way back to ignorance. And that's how we begin to understand how does samsara unfold, through the backward order of contemplating the 12 links of dependent origination. And we see how each later one could not happen without being dependent upon or in relation to its previous one. And then we have the forward order of contemplation, which is that we see if there is no ignorance, then formations cannot happen. If formations are not happening, consciousness cannot happen. If there is no consciousness, if there is no life, then there is no gestation, the process of name and form.
Shir nam king gordore ze kyo marta. Tani ndi li kim hang nam hi tang tayo
Here we're talking about the consciousness that is what propelled through experience by karma. The ordinary consciousness of mind. We're not saying that ultimately that the mind doesn't exist. We're saying that the consciousness, which is propelled through karmic propensities, the habitual imprints of karma, that's not happening. So if that's not happening, name and form don't happen. If there's no gestation period, then there's no sixth sense sources, and so on and so forth through each of these. The previous one being absent, the latter one cannot happen. And this is a contemplation of the forward order of dependent origination according to nirvana, a transcendence of suffering. How does one transcend suffering? By first eliminating ignorance, which then eliminates formations and so on and so forth. And so if we want to find a freedom from suffering, transcend cyclic existence and all of the suffering therein, then what do we have to do? We have to reverse non-recognition of true nature, ignorance, which is to say we need to realize the true natural state, the true and authentic nature of the way things are. And so we spoke about today understanding dependent origination and how each ladder link is dependent upon the previous one. That gives us both the wisdom insight that sees how does samsara happen, how does existence unfold, but it shows us the wisdom of how does it end. How do we bring about a cessation, which comes through the realization of our ultimate nature. We could say realization of emptiness, or the realization, the recognition of our Buddha nature. And so then realizing that, and how do we do that? How do we reverse ignorance? How do we realize our true nature and have a recognition in awareness versus an unawareness? By practicing the path of whatever vehicle and whatever approach we're using. There are different techniques based on the approach that fits with our capacities and interests. And then we engage in those practices. The purpose of that is to reverse a non-recognition of true nature, to stop ignorance. Because if that happens, then the formations that come from that all of our afflictive emotions and actions, the actions that form and become samsara, cease to happen. So if there are no formations, then there isn't going to be that first moment of consciousness. That ordinary mind then propelled by those formations into any given experience. And so we can see how if each previous link, if they're not there, the next one simply can't happen by virtue of them being dependently occurring. And so if there is no consciousness, name and form, six sense sources, and so forth, there's no basis for suffering. There's a transcendence of suffering, an ultimate happiness, which is what we call in the model of the Four Truths, which we spoke about before, the truth of cessation, which is the truth of the ultimate realization of our true nature, what we can call the realization of our Buddha nature. Realizing the way things are according to their actual nature. And this is the purpose of the path. And so once we understand dependent origination, what causes, produce, what results, and so forth, we have that wisdom. If you recall, I began by saying the Buddhist path is based on the view that realizes dependent origination. What happens from there is that naturally then we have no proclivity toward and we purposely refrain from causing harm to sentient beings. Then we have the conduct of doing no harm, which is the basis of the entire path. And then whatever techniques according to which approach of Buddhism we're practicing, then we engage in on top of that. And so we have the view of dependent origination and the conduct of doing no harm, which then becomes, that is the basis of the path. And by understanding this dependent origination, we can thereby reverse that process of dependently occurring. Moso?
Oh, yeah, tatani te chitani nguzungware, tani ta. Taksam kana the surfchat de temerian of journey that subdue Jamaxam Kanalaya, the Churchigiore, sere. Congress and an Numo litan dungertan, Sombo takta zaparandu. Tambo gatan gunyomo, Nitan Chua liente, Lama dayan dungarin, journey pon of something do, sere. Tatinani, Numo litan dungertan, Sombo takta zaparandu. Temde yanlar journey te subdunan gajik nyumo pinalab the nokres. Do jana gajik leaky nalab the nokres. Gajik dunger kanab the nokres. Tata zena tenindinala nyumo pa zete. Ore tenin karsa lead keepershipi nyumo pa zekure. Ta nyonmon zena teze kyore li te kepershepi nyomon pa li sakpershepi nyomon pa o te tang teni li gewa tang mergewa la so pa tham chette konji number ki pi tok tu sak do wa teni ti ma la li ze kyore nyomon pa la teni li sak ze kyore wa teni tela teni ne li ta nyomon pa la teni tanga chu phombo de trabre sere tani dungar ka temre yan la churni kana ka li tang nyumo bali jan de kerwa yan lak cha chama ta dungar kana de do kres ta dungar kana de zena digni ka ko wa chira kore kirang chu kare zena nga chu di dungar ze khyo patte nga chu chorwa yit mo bi dungar khona ze khyo mare Gimber Kangatu Nabi Nyamling Kana Lordo Namjinala Yore, Corvi Dungar Shapini Kapna, Chapan the Shik Dungar Tana, Yuri Dungar Zerni or what? Teto Chatang Chirk Batang, Mder Dugore. O Teze Kukiore, Zetani Tezere, Dorna Litanumon Panikim Drivu Zekiore. Li tanyumo pim drivu tela dungar dese. 대세기오래 다 대고난 느끼오래스 다도 오그니 더니 건기 건게 좀 밥신 동오래
맞아.
가래 띠 건는 더 흔둑 대 용으로 봐
맞아.
디는 그래스 대세
So that now we have identified the 12 links of dependent origination, which is the first of this outline. The second is how we can categorize them under 3 major categories, which is the second point in the outline. And so this is encapsulated in the words. They can be completely categorized within these 3: disturbing emotions, karma, and suffering. 1, 8, and 9 are disturbing emotions, and 2 and 10 are karma. The leftover 7 are suffering. These 12 dharmas are subsumed within those 3. It's a lot simpler than you think if you just put like 1, 2, 3 next to the 12 links. I cheated. So essentially, all of these 12 links of dependent origination can be categorized under 3 major categories. Some of them are categorized as disturbing emotions. Some people translate that as mental afflictions, same. Some of these are categorized under karma. And some of these are categorized under suffering. So just very quickly, we'll define those 3 categories. So disturbing emotions are defined as that which produces karma, that which produces actions. So that is our disturbing emotions. So whatever thought concepts and thoughts that we have that cause us to engage in action, then that produce karma, are called disturbing emotions. Then karma is defined as positive, negative, or neutral actions that are imprinted within the ground of ordinary experience consciousness. So it's the actions that we imprint within the ground of consciousness. So all the habitual imprints are karma, are the actions that are imprinted there. And then, and so due to then what comes about, because we have disturbing emotions and actions, disturbing emotions and karma, then we have the experience kind of the mind-body aggregate. So all the other links are considered then, there are 7 other links that aren't categorized as disturbing emotion or karma. All leftover links are categorized collectively as what's called suffering. This also needs a definition here. So it's important to understand that suffering doesn't just mean unpleasant sensations. The overt experience, the obvious experience of suffering. But it is defined as we learn it when we study the 4 thoughts. In the 4 thoughts, there's the all-pervasive suffering of everything composite, there's the suffering of change, and then there's the suffering of suffering, the overt suffering. And so essentially, all of those, all associated experiences, are categorized as suffering. So suffering doesn't mean literally painful or unpleasant, but it is defined when we study those teachings on the 4 thoughts. So essentially, ultimately, suffering here is defined as being what results from karma and disturbing emotions. So whatever is the product of karma and disturbing emotions is categorized as suffering. So it's a much bigger label than the word itself ordinarily is thought of. So then as we go through the text, this will become clearer.
거기 대왕 야야야. 대니 딱 간다고래 제나네 또 숨보딱 잡르두스. 당월 갸땅 구 뉴모 바레 제다 뉴모나 깜다 그레제나. 당보 제나 템저 양락 주니 그나 그 마릭 바레. 대니 갸빠땅 고아니가 tet빠땅 렘바니가 와. 아하, 드니까 대초 섬 뉴모 바레. when nyumo patang li tang dungar sam kanani tani taksam tani nyumo pare etsere 달리 또 속버피게 그 뉴모바 레지피톤테 다테레 아 드니 갈 동게 바고 뉴모스 니 땅 지와 리인테제나 니파제나 듭쉿 그 яллактан чик чевазена маги штепайорова теника рез теника конига лирез тенита контоксомро 좀 예간로 자소아 오니tam чева лин데 항마드양 동아리엔세 죽니 주능섬던도 제 다티 항마야기라 teni denyorwa namkhini bzonte mdibu kyoryopiנה namkhitang teni manzugtang kemchetang teni ragpatang chorwatang tiwartorwa
Deni kiega
warma denyorwa teze kyores
Mo kiega na chi yandua. Jigme gini. Parma.
yeah
Jigmeni.
ya tezo teni denyorwa o tep dente teni lama den tungariens
So
teni
then,
bonoxom.
when we look at this, it says 1, 8, and 9 are disturbing emotions. So 1 is the first link of dependent origination, a non-recognition or ignorance. 8 and 9 are grasping or craving and grasping. Those 3 are the disturbing emotions
The
aspect.
departure, I think Mangajuna, how he teaching this term is like what you call the Nazo Namti Nolan Rovi Nikamna Antonchik de Gandoa, Karlabre,
The
magazine Gola. Namti Nondona, Anton the Nala Chikjeria, Anton. Yeah, the chattel
The
the
code?
Mabo Zordo Vichetta. No. Namti Nalandona magazine Yorwa.
yeah.
Magazine Gola Kapshina. Then Antonchik Natsu Trini. New Trini Kapkaya Chingdoa. We fill all these
Yeah.
windows.
What would you call that? Like a puzzle, a crossword puzzle,
Huh?
like a crossword puzzle.
Yeah. They're
And
not
she said
wonderful.
it's like when you go on the airplane and they give you a crossword puzzle and you fill it all out so it all fits perfectly. And each number has to be just right, and then you complete it. He says Nagarjuna is like this.
Yeah, need some year.
4, 8, 9, 6, 7. So, where did I leave off? Disturbing emotions were ignorance, which is the first link, craving, which is the 8th link, and grasping, which is the 9th link. All of those are the mental afflictions, so the disturbing emotions. Remember, disturbing emotions mean what produce karma, the accumulation of actions. They're the producer of the kind of the pusher of that. And then what happens when we have those disturbing emotions? We have karma, we engage in actions. So which of the links are actions? The 2nd link, which is formations, and the 10th link, which is becoming. And so it says 2 and 10 are karma. And then it says, and so karma is the accumulation of actions. And then what does karma produce? Its result is the full range of our experience, which is being categorized here simply with the term suffering. And that's the remaining 7, which is consciousness, name and form, the 6 sense sources, contact, and cessation. So it's basically links 3 through 7, which is 5 links. And then the final 2 links, birth, aging, and death, 11 and 12. And so then the 7 remaining links are what result from the karma then that we have there, beginning with consciousness and all onward. So?
Oh, there teni tap pangmob dana dungarin zendi ni kap ke dungar jipate kontu jumata pa namjinre ngatu khorwi ni kap ke dewa yo mar zeg yo mar dungar sam ke nang ke njirwi dungar zete khorwi ni kap ke dewa re dewa yin chang tonla njir ni dungar wa chak do yore kwerna ngatu yin na ngatu korwan di nang to ta zugda tero raksha la sok pa ka la ten ni shong wi dewa tang dev jin to khala dulo la ten ni shong wi dewa tang den ni zong te zhe top korsa top gelong shu top san nyan tak top ya ka dewa tang ten ni da wo dewa nyong nyong a yore nga cho yen na ta nguni ton ki ta tarong dewa thar tu pare na ka ke ma re zerang ni kap so gyurkin ki wang ke chorwa ti ji ke po da wo chik shong re nga cho yen na nga chu tu dewa chenpo chi la zhe ge yore Muhim kan nam ki nga chu tu dewa chenpo chi la zhe ge yore yen na yang korang gyur ni dungar ba khwer na top korsan gyur na dungar kante chik do khunduk tang sang zambu lang la tata cha nyan tak nyam so na kante chik do khunduk kerang chu tata oya teni chik dewa kang dang kang yin nang gyur wi ram jin chans ma tok khwer na hayur ku dewa yin nang gyur ni te dungar wa ni te chik do khu yore mi dewa yin nang gyur ni dungar wa ni te chola nga chu gyur wi dungar zere korang tema thak to ke cham ki chora dewa yin nan rig yore o teni chin do khu yo pa te la nga chu chorwa dungar zere te la mare teni gyur wi dungar zek yore 캬pan 듭시 ki dungar zete yang chorwa yit mo ba mixer mare te yinna yang khorwi chu kang yin ba martak pa cha cha khorwa khorang kang dang der na yang kangar nyugda me sa yo mar se te mandu ga nga chu rang rang so su phombo la tata teni nga yin na ta da pu chong chong bi ni kam da wo mandu ta da teni lo te ti chenbo chang do wi kap la ta teni phombo pe kangar tang nyug dim jong ni chigim ba ha ko gu tsigrere yimba gar tsigrere thana mik na che kare yin kyang ne kangar tang nyug da kim jong ni chigim ba ha ko gu pe munsak to pore se kore lo chong chong bi ni kap samlo shida tang yo marwa nga chu Teni gelong shud yin na kangar tang nyug dim jong ni re duga te mengken kawan du kerang chu tada 상지 급 댐박송 그래 가르지는 아초랑 문이 돈 담비 대와치 톱삼닌 덕송 그요래 마토고마 코르와라 마임 빠치 임버치니 헤딩 쉐크요 마르다 드세기요 마르 옛날 아초 책임진 독버샤비 쳇돈들이 송그요래 문이 똥그요래 문이 돼 아초 마르 비왕도 간데 로그도 마르 비왕킹 아초 dungar yang dewa zeng khayore martak pa yang tak par zeng khayore dembar matu pam den tup zeng khayore ngubu ni surtang mamthan ba mang bon zeng khayo pa te tong khayore Tip shena ti mangla kandam rerna kangar tang nyog dim joni chi chakyo pi shena nang korwi chute cho Lam ni ona ni ge kangar yorwa Motak ni ona ni kangar doga. Nyovi ni kana pe gag yore. Wow, zekashi ni karji kuksarwa topson te gemsandi. Teni kerang pe shotang ni mati tindona taha ko yore. Ko nyogda kare yo. Kawa ni ona ni kangar re. Tan dorna teni ngato yonna yopi kangar chi yore, mena me pi dungar chi yore. Te korang mena yang tatong dungar chi yore. 가르치는 매피동 같은 고르죠. What to do? 다오레다. 어디 gem산기 내라 제키오레 티 터레더니 동아르기 동아르다 던로 나면 두고요레 때랑임 좀 깨고요레. 때리 타탑 제키오레. Mernamta Luinta. Yuri Dungarla Nimjong Kem Kanchik. Re, Tab Deva Langim Zakchi Devan Kori Naka Nimjong Kem Kan, Hayur Kaki Yore. Garjan Koto Tora Tamyum Ga Yore. Hayur La Mabochi Tora Tamyum Gumkare. Der Dukaya Main Pachik. Deb Samlo Tang Yore. Yinna Chuba Namki So Nimjong Kegosati Kapandam Shekadungar Nimjong Kegor. Ngato Nimjong Zate Sam Samla Keransu Jinkorwala Halip Mergawatan Jerdan Kewatan Tik or Dranda Wotayatan Tinida Wondugata hating Dawochik Zoing Dua. Di Sam Tindi Girtan the Te Mare Ezekiori. Korwa Korang Gimson Tang Te Hini Ningatu Changzin Yor Tang Yore. Teni Changzin Yor Tang Yore. Di Korwi Gimson Hippie Togni Soso di Dungarli Tardokulo Kihio, but Desere Matum Tachik to Yugni to such a Yore Zegio Mare. The Nimjong Zana Tendide. Tachin King Nimjong Zaten Tagni Tam Trarore. Chikare Zenan Korwin Ta Changzan Kini Sozu Kyo Namjing Changzan Yang Yo Mares. Mare, the Changzan Tali Yang Tarku Hiores. Teni Nyangalindi Parani Chikpo. When a Dapchum Badam Jimshini, Semchen Tamja Yugni do a Demares. There Tabum Tagni Lindi being Imjon Tego. When a Sangi can do a top of Samna, Tagni the being Imjon. Takshin Glulan Korwa Yuktaya Yomari. Korwala Yongni Yang to Tata Nizonte, Mao Pana, Tata Sosu Kewu Nirkamnizon, Shanchu Senri Nirkamnizon, Sangi Tsariji Nizonte, Namba Kondo Yuktanachi Yomares, Semchen Tamchen Namyang Shambatanyanji, the Dorna, Diki Yomare, Tengatsu Stukdauri. Takshin Lam struck the terry. What did it is? Oh, Tondo. I didn't know. Some bottle and you nearly done you. So you're to be okay.
So it's important to understand when we use this term suffering, the Sanskrit term dukkha, that it means much more than the literal meaning in the English language. It doesn't mean that there's no pleasure experienced in samsara, no happiness here. But it's recognizing the potential of what can be produced here. And it's labeling all of it under 3 categories, all of which are categorized as dukkha, as suffering. The first is called the suffering of change. And this is the fact that no matter what pleasures or joys or happinesses that we seek within cyclic existence, its nature is of change. And so it will change, and in its wake, there's the suffering of the loss of that sensation of pleasure and joy and happiness that we had. And so no matter what we rely on in cyclic existence, whatever we're going towards to experience that pleasure, all the pleasures of forms, sounds, tastes, sense, tactile sensations are conditional and will change. And so their nature is called the suffering of change. The food that we get, the enjoyments that we have, the wealth and pleasure that we have, then all of that is inevitably going to change. And so it's not like a permanent source of constant well-being. And there is suffering in its change, the renown or fame that we might gain. So basically, it's understanding that everything, all the pleasant experiences that we find here are dependent upon other causes and conditions, are temporary circumstances. The issue and why we suffer so much over their change is because we believe them to be this big deal happiness. And we think that they have a reality, like that it should stay that way. And we're just not relating to it according to how it is. And so then when it changes, we're devastated. And so when we look at everything in the world, everything is impermanent always. And in its change, in the loss of that pleasure, in the loss of our reputation, like when we look at powerful people, like right now in the world, people who had a lot of power have now, that power has changed. It's the way things are going. And then people who might have had a good reputation and renown, look at how much change that they have. Everything is impermanent. And when it changes, we don't like it, and we're uncomfortable, and it becomes a source of suffering for us. And so that's why we call it the suffering of change, is that no matter what form of pleasure or joy we derive from the conditions within existence, it cannot last. Even the God realms, characterized by an enormous amount of pleasure, don't last. And so then all of the happiness, the pleasures associated with our human existence also, they won't last. They will change. And in their wake, we experience a suffering over them. And so that's what's called the suffering of change. And so that is the nature of every form of happiness or pleasure that we'll ever get out of all the states of existence that's possible, is it will change, it is impermanent, so it's called the suffering of change. So happiness is also categorized under the bigger category of suffering. It's called the suffering of change. And then we have the all-composite suffering, which is that in relation to anything and everything, it becomes either a cause or a source of unhappiness. And that is all phenomena. So it's all composite because it's all phenomena. All phenomena are impermanent. And in relation to them, there's all some form of hardship or suffering experienced or created in relation to them. Like, think about our body, Rinpoche said. You know, like, my body is no longer young. And as I'm aging, I really see very clearly that it's a source of discomfort. And I can feel it in every joint, in my entire spine. I can see it and experience it in my eyes and my nose, and it's observable discomfort. And so then when we're young, we don't think about that. We don't realize that there is no phenomena then that isn't going to either become a source of suffering or in relation to which we don't then accumulate the causes for suffering. And so everything, the pervasive reality of everything is it either becomes a source of discomfort or a basis upon which we create the causes for suffering. And if we look, there's nothing that we can find that is not associated with that. When we look at what the Buddha taught, he was simply teaching what is true. And the reason, if he had said, everything here in existence is a source of happiness and joy, it's pleasurable, then he would be lying to us. That wouldn't be true. And that also wouldn't correspond to our direct experience.
So he won't tell the truth.
So it's not that he hated on samsara, but that he saw, because of our misperceptions and the way he saw the relative truth, what is relatively true about existence. And that until we overcome our false beliefs about what's actually happening in existence and our attachment to it, then we're going to suffer over it, and it will just endlessly, interdependently keep going and going. And so it was in order to overcome the attachment to it so that we could then change or reverse the causes and conditions for suffering, that he simply showed us the reality of things. He was very pragmatic, we could say, or logical. And so he recognized that ignorance and non-recognition of both the relative way things appear in their nature, such as that everything is somehow associated with suffering, and our ultimate non-recognition of its true nature, that ignorance was what leads to all of this suffering. And so in our relative reality, we don't recognize things to be what they are, even when they're appearing as they are. We still deny it. And so then we take what is actually a source of suffering and we hold it or believe that it's going to be a source of happiness. That's an ignorance. We believe that what's impermanent is permanent. We relate to it as being the same moment to moment. That's ignorance. We believe that what does not ultimately exist or have inherent truth, that it truly is that it's exactly what we perceive it to be, and that it's true and real. So we have so many layers in which our mind is misconstruing or misperceiving the way things are, is basically seeing things not in harmony with how they are. And the Buddha pointed this out. And so part of that was pointing out that whatever we associate with, whatever phenomena we're connected with in samsara is in some way or other a cause or result of suffering, a source of discomfort, and there's no phenomena in samsara that's not. If we have two shoes, even a small particle is a source, can be a source of problems. Even the smallest particles. Like if it goes in your eye, how does that feel? Even the tiniest little thing can be a source of suffering.
I have to go doctors like that.
And so we might, say, I have to go to the doctor now because something got in my eye. But basically, whatever we associate with, whatever phenomena we're relating to, it's somehow or other a source of suffering. And so, for example, if we have two shoes, then we have the worry of having to take care of and not lose both those shoes. If when we buy a car, we think, oh wow, if we have two cars, we have 2 cars worth of problems. When we first buy the car, we might think, wow, it's new. But as soon as we start to use it, then all the problems of using it.
I don't know these cars' name.
Very expensive.
Which one is a good one, which one is not.
Vehicles.
Always I'm thinking vehicles big and tall, and that one always I'm thinking amazing. But
Maserati?
Maserati.
Yeah, we saw a bunch of expensive cars in Miami last week. Like some of those small ones are very expensive. But whatever it is, when you first get it, you think, yeah, it's amazing. Look at all the features. And it's like and you can take off the roof for some of them and do all these things. and our hair is flowing behind us in the wind, and we're just going for it. But after a month or less, maybe the wheel blows, or something happens in the engine, or who knows, or someone, or it gets scratched. And then we become mad at it, and we're suffering over it. Maybe we even start kicking our car. We're so frustrated with it. Whatever it is, if we have a house, we have a house's worth of problems. If we have 2 houses, we have 2 houses worth of problems. And the ridiculous thing is if we have it, we have the problems associated with it. But then when we don't have it, we have the problems of not having it. So if we have a house, we have a house's worth of problems. If we don't have a house, we have the suffering of not having a house. So not only is composite phenomena like the having of it and the connecting to it is a source of suffering, but not having it also is a source of suffering. It's permeated. And then we suffer from not having it. And so whether we have it or don't have it, we have worry about it, we're concerned about it, we suffer over it, both the having and the not having. So what to do, Rinpoche said. But what we understand when we start to examine, is that this is the suffering of all composite phenomena, and that everything that we associate with is in some ways a source of suffering, whether the having or the not having. And then there's the obvious forms of suffering, which is the pain that we directly experience, where in that moment, then it's a source of suffering, in the very moment of experiencing it. And anyone who experiences that wants to escape from it. Animals, they also they're determined to find freedom from that suffering. Humans, obviously. But we also have the capacity to recognize the suffering of change and be determined to find freedom from that, and also the suffering of everything composite and want to find freedom from that. We can see that all the what's called contaminated happiness, which means happiness that is associated with falling into the states of existence and creating the causes for existence, that does not bring the happiness which we are actually seeking. And so this is when we understand all the different aspects of suffering in its entirety, then we want to find freedom from that. And so there are, humans want to be freed from suffering. There are some God realms in which then they see the happiness is also defiling, also causes us to fall into cyclic existence. And so then they might pursue states that are neutral, not pleasant or unpleasant. But whatever the case is, the determination to be free is the point at which we see that all phenomena, both the suffering of suffering, that's obvious to everyone, and then the suffering of change of happiness, which is obvious to some. But here, the third, the all-pervasive suffering of everything composite, that we see then all of that, and we have a determination to be freed. So the word renunciation is a determination to be freed. It doesn't mean we just turn around and we hate on samsara and we have aversion to it and we see it like an enemy and we just dislike it, and then we're like, I'm done with this. The determination to be free is knowledge that sees the reason, that sees samsara as it is and wants to be free. When we reach high levels of realization and practice, all that appears within samsara can be our companion, we can befriend it, becomes our friend of samsara. And so I know the time is coming, but we're getting there. And so there is a point for a practitioner where nothing is a source of suffering for them, that all the appearances of samsara are embraced within their experience. This is when they have gained control and mastery over their own mind through practice and are no longer dependent on any other conditions. Then everything is taken as a companion and is a source of the natural well-being of that level of realization. So it's not that samsara is categorically the nature of suffering as a whole, because it's our mind and the basis of how our mind relates to it as to what it is or what it isn't. So for example, in the mind training, it has the pith instruction of finding joy no matter what occurs. So then it's not that we have to suffer over the states of existence, but that when we understand what samsara has to give us, we understand what it is and what it produces, then we have the determination to be free, which isn't categorically like abandoning or rejecting it. In fact, according to the Mahayana, the determination to be free is free from two extremes. It's free from the attachment to the extreme of existence, the way ordinary beings are, we're stuck in samsara due to our attachments, so it's free from that. But it's also
Dap
free
chomba nam nyangdim tapsi la
from
hong
the
sore.
attachment to our own personal salvation, our own personal freedom from suffering, such as
Teyang nimjong
associated
tegore.
with the arhats and other approaches in which one basically is not
Jiwala.
focused on the
Jiwala
welfare of
nimjong
other
teri
sentient
targore.
beings, but of just finding
Nika
peace
li
within
targore.
their own
Korvi
mind
dungar li
for
targore. Jivi
themselves.
deva li targore.
So the determination to be free of the Mahayana is free from the extreme of the attachments to cyclic existence and free from the extreme of the attachment to one's own personal freedom from samsara, and is focused
Like
on
arhat.
the complete awakening of Buddhahood, that is the renunciation or determination to be free from the two extremes. So the Mahayana renunciation is the determination to be free that is free of both those extremes. We in Mahayana don't reject samsara. In fact, right now, as ordinary beings, we're committed to working for the welfare of others here in existence, and then as bodhisattvas, that commitment will continue, and then as Buddhas, it will continue even more so. And so it's not about abandoning beings in existence, but it's based on loving kindness and compassion that is focused on the welfare of others, and that love and compassion is the very life force that makes Mahayana what it is.
Yeah.
And so then that brings us just
yeah,
past
I'm
the hour.
sorry.
We went a little bit late.
10 minutes passed.
Very unusual.
I know, that's very unusual.
We'll dedicate the merit, and then I think Julie will say a few words.
Sonandaye tamche zikpanye tomne dana pamche ne jagahananche balon tupa chapim zolin dowa dolwar cho jewa kondo yantak lama tam dharme chugye pala longsho chang Satan lam che yon tan rab zo ne dorjen chang ge ko ba nyer to cho. Thank you everybody. Good night.